And the question will be, do the Rel and the Maokai affect that lane significantly early? We'll have to keep an eye on that because I think Drake here and C is going to be very key to which way that top lane matchup swings. And then, of course, eyes on the Ashe, right? You talk about, the 26 bans out of 30 games for the Nocturne. It was 20 bans for the Ashe coming into this week. So very, very high presence for that pick. Going to have a ton of utility with that enchanted crystal arrow and of course the slow that you get from the Ashe, especially once you hit level 6. A lot of power in this bottom lane, so keep an eye on what Los Grandes can get going. If we can, I'd love to take a quick peek at our predictions before we hit the rift here to see where all of the CBLOL English talent stood going into this matchup. Of course, agnostic of the draft, Axeman taking a spin, taking liberty on this one. I'm with you, and so is Rose. So everybody currently on the broadcast this morning on the liberty train here, but pretty split across the board.
Yeah, a pretty good split, and I think that speaks to just how close this matchup is going to be. We already mentioned it's going to be a proving day for both of these teams, and as you can see, it's anybody's game, which makes it just that much more exciting.
Yeah, as we mentioned, going into Champion Select, when you're outside of the playoff picture, you've got to be able to beat the teams that you're tied with, that you're kind of right next to in the standings. You don't want to have to put all of your chips on those games against the teams at the top of the table. So, a very important game for both of these squads. We're ready, though, to hit the rift for our first game of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us here on the CBLOL English broadcast. Of course, an official co-stream of our friends in the CBLOL. Shout out to everybody out there in Sao Paulo in the studio today. Hope you're having a wonderful time. And do want to remind you folks, if you're watching, if you want to be more a part of the community, more in touch with everything we're doing, get an opportunity to interact with the casters, talk with your fellow CBLOL English fans, make sure to head down to the description here on our Twitch channel. Join our Discord. The link is down there. All kinds of fun stuff going on in there. You can see all the content we're posting when we're live, interact with all of those awesome fans. So make sure to join the official CBLOL English Discord down there. Early invade here from Los Grandes. Looks like they're just going to get some vision down here, not really going to find any sort of contest, and it is going to be the chicken steal here for C's.
Yeah, chickens go down for C's, and level 1 fireworks already from Super Clever. We've seen this before.
Oh man, makes it trouble here, taking a lot of damage, and is going to back away here to the tri-brush. 2 more autos probably does it. Makes is going to flash over the wall to the safety of his tower, but that's a great start there for Super Clever on the 1v2 invade there, understanding that Maokai at level 1, not a huge threat alongside the Aatrox and even a Dredgeline landed in that bottom lane. C's continuing to take away camps from Drake here, is able to steal away the red, and this is a possible 3 buff here from C's to start this game.
It really is here, Yeso, and C's really playing blocker here. If you thought this Proving Grounds game was going to mean a slow, methodical effort from both teams, incorrect, sir. Incorrect. It's going to be a knockdown, drag-out brawl between 2 teams at the bottom of the table. They got nothing to lose, Yeso. They're going to fight it back and forth. C's playing spoiler a little bit down bot side here. He's going to slow up the clear from Drake Hero. If you're Drake Hero on Maokai, you go full clear, take the Scuttle Crab, reset 2 camps into Grub. Can't do that anymore. Rel took half your jungle.
Yeah, and it's brutal because, if you're Liberty, right, they had the ward, so they did spot the initial invade there from C's and the rest of Los Grandes. It looks like Cavallo is doomed here. Flash available, isn't even going to spend it. He knows that he was going down regardless of that summoner spell available. So that is first blood for Los Grandes, and key that it goes to the Varus.
An excellent example here from C's of support style jungling. It's not about efficiency. It's not about getting the camps down. It's not about your level. It's just about being there at the correct time. And that's where C's is. He's level 3. He's going to walk into this lane. He's going to zone off Cavallo here and get the kill secured for his team. Cello walks away with first blood.
Yeah, and going back to the level 1, it's really brutal because, Liberty had the ward above Chicken, so they knew that the invade came through. But the problem was that that invade plus the pressure from Super Clever, and then Super Clever able to get the priority on the wave, meant that there's no safe way for Drake here to
Ooh.
reciprocate the invade towards Caesar's red. So he just has to walk down and kind of pick up whatever scraps he can from his red side jungle. And Caesar is super safe, right? You've got Prio on the top side, so you know he's not going to invade for your red, and you're feeling confident. Meanwhile, Makes might just go down. It's the 1v1 here. Super Clever taking a lot of damage, is going to get away. Both top laners survive.
Despite the positioning of these two teams in the ranks, two of the best top laners in this league, season trouble.
Yeah, good stun there to keep Cavallo off his back for the moment, but it's not going to be nearly enough. C's caught with his hand in the cookie jar, and that's going to be a kill there for the support. Cavallo picking him up.
You can only ever do so much. Excuse me, Yeso. With this kind of River Rel level 3 walking around, no CS, just trying to be available for their team. Eventually, you're just going to get ganged up on here, and that's what happens. Super Clever once again into Makes. The Phoenix stance burns him down.
Yeah, these top laners not shying away from these 1v1 skirmishes here in the top side. Neither of them has gone down yet. Almost dead even in CS so far, and they're just ready to throw hands up here. You want to talk about that knockdown drag out style from both of these teams. It's starting with their top laners.
It really is. And once again, nobody has had a chance to touch these grubs yet. This is very unnatural for the jungle meta right now. Normally, you want to fight over those as early as possible. Both of these junglers are so under-leveled right now. They're having to struggle to keep up. Oh, Makes! Oh!
Super Clever gets him. The Udyr wins out in the end. And that's great. He's going to get a crash of wave. There's no teleport available here for Makes, so he's going to lose some significant CS here. Super Clever is going to even be able to proxy this next wave, so that is a wonderful position for the Los Grandes top laner.
Exactly. Not only is Lost carving out a reputation as being the top of the table in this bottom half, but also Super Clever carving out his position amongst top laners in this league. Makes has taken on Wiser in one-on-one combat in the top lane and beaten him. Now Super Clever has beaten Makes, at least in this small part.
So by the transitive property of League of Legends, Super Clever better than Wiser is what you're telling me.
Certainly could be. It's a possibility, yeah.
Hey, I'm here for it. There's going to be the shockwave from Pilot. Good damage on C's, and the Dredge Line comes through, forces the flash there out of the rail. A lot of damage there from the Maokai as well. C's going to be really kind of the last line of aggression here as Los Grandes continuing to try to posture around this Drake. It is going to reset. Liberty will take control of the bot side river. They're going to start it over again. Los maybe don't want to completely give it up. They are going to be spotted, though, on that ward, and it's a 3v2 into 2 marksmen. This is not necessarily a fight you want to take, because that's
Nice
going to be the Dredge Line landing there onto Zello. The Ignite comes through. He will be able to retreat to the safety of his tower, and the Mountain Drake picked up by Liberty.
That's a great hook to throw for Cavallo. Sees has taken the opportunity, perhaps seized the opportunity here. Gone for the grub. Super Clever up top here. Yeah, they're going to shred through this with Phoenix Dance. Look at them all going down simultaneously, shredding them all at the same time. This is an incredibly strong.
Wow.
Holy cow. Yeah, no, that'll do it. That'll absolutely do it. What was that, 9 seconds, something like that? That's incredible from Lost.
I mean, you can put that above or below any sort of YouTube short content, and that will keep me... You know, that was so satisfying. That'll keep me watching whatever kind of shorts you want to show me on YouTube. That was beautiful to see. Well played by Super Clever and C's to get that going. So a little extra power in the pocket of this Rel. Super Clever back up to the top side to fight it out with Makes. Of course, has that kill advantage. A little bit of a CS lead, not quite a full wave here, and he's in a solid position for the time being.
Both these top laners, too, Hex Flash from Cavallo, hook gonna go wide. Both these top laners, too, are champions where just the way they play and the way they trade back and forth, it only takes a couple of abilities to connect for things to start getting lethal for either side, right? It's very difficult to tell if somebody actually has that kill pressure on the other. There's so much shielding and healing from both of these top laners that the trades are... Ooh, jeez, Chains of Corruption goes wide.
Yeah, a little
That's
bit of
close too.
aggression there from the Los Grandes bottom lane, recognizing the position of power that they have in this bottom lane. But good sidestep there from Macau. He's going to be just fine here as Super Clever continues to try and just crash waves on this top side, trying to apply a lot of pressure here onto Makes. Meanwhile, Envy and Pilot, it's been pretty quiet in this mid lane. They've both, made their presence known in that bot side river, in that skirmish around the Drake. And of course, the kill picked up onto C's Pilot, a big part of securing that one. But otherwise, in the lane, very quiet between these two mid laners here through the first 9.5 minutes.
It really has been very even in the CS numbers. I would have liked to have seen Envy maybe try to look for a shuffle on Pilot, but here we go. More fireworks topside. Flash from Envy in the mid lane.
Yeah, is able to avoid that shockwave there from Pilot. So, fitting enough that as soon as we say, hey, it's been pretty quiet in this mid lane, that
I think
Pilot
he's
tries
got
to
him.
make a play. And Super Clever, I think you do flash away from Makes, had to do it. Otherwise, he definitely goes down, and Super Clever continues to just impose his will on this top lane. A big part of this lead for Los Grandes early in this game.
Now, yeah, so Drake Hero's going to show bot lane here, and Makes is going to take that reset. No teleport available, I think, if I'm looking at that correctly. This means Super Clever might pick up this next wave and push to try and proxy. We've seen him do that in a number of games so far. He's going to leave it up for the time being, take the plates down, and take the reset for himself. But yeah, definitely looking for him to get behind that tower as he steps up. He's going to buy the Swifties there too, makes him a little bit quicker. I think it's time for the Udyr to roam around and look to push the lead a little bit here.
Yeah, and that's, I mean, if you're Liberty there and going for that reset and, moving Drake here down to the bottom side to maybe relieve a little bit of pressure and allow that recall, that's kind of the best case scenario on the top side, because you're really hoping that, Super Clever doesn't decide with, knowing that jungler is bottom side, to try and apply more pressure, to try and open up that lead further. And the fact that Liberty can kind of get away with moving him to the bot side and not get punished further in top lane, you'll take that for the time being. They're still very much in this game. Is Cabby going to clear out a ward there, pick up this wave under tower, and it's about a 1,000 gold lead here for Los Grandes. 11 minutes in, and Makes, every time he walks into lane, half of his health bar disappears, and then he has to play from a serious disadvantage.
Yeah, exactly. You have to use your ultimate to have any kind of trading potential with Super Clever. That's before you even start to talk about the kill pressure. Drake Hero going to start this one up, but it's Season Envy roaming over. There's the arrow.
Ooh, it is going to catch Drake Hero, but the flash gets him out of trouble. Beautiful placement there from Cabby with the enchanted crystal arrow. And I mean, I think that take was kind of doomed, considering the pressure that Los had in the mid lane and C's being able to move up there first.
Wow.
But well played from Cabby there.
Yeah, extremely well played. That puts him at 5 grubs. They're going to look for the dive here as well, Yeso.
Yeah, they're thinking about it. They're going to trade aggro. That's the flash ult in. Makes is down. Ultimate be damned. The Aatrox falls. Meanwhile, Envy in the mid lane is going to be able to get behind that minion wave just in time to avoid the dredge line from Cavallo. Does eat it here, but that means Cavallo will eat a tower shot. Pilot going in. Envy biting off more than he could chew.
Wow.
He got a little cheeky and he died for it.
Folks at home, if you thought pots weren't worth buying, Pilot survives here by chugging one. Super Clever's going to take down the top lane turret. Teleport from Makes. He'll make his way up here. I don't know what exactly he could do.
Yeah, Super Clever.
Seemed to
will
think
just
he
walk
could do
away.
something. Yeah, I guess not.
Oh man, folks, if you didn't notice, Envy, eats the ultimate from the Nautilus, walks under tower. Let's go back up to the top lane though first here. The dive from C's is Super Clever.
Yeah, just beautiful. No wave, just vibes.
All right,
Really
now
good
watch
stuff.
Envy BM here, folks. Envy goes, hey, I got behind the wave, doesn't matter.
That's
But
wild.
he eats the Maokai ultimate, eats the dredge line, and then there's enough damage here for Pilot. And the pot, as you mentioned, keeps him alive. So Envy maybe second guessing the BM there in the mid lane after that play.
100%. Eat your Wheaties and chug your pots. Man, oh man. That second dragon going to go down for Liberty here. 4 minutes until the next one. It's a Chemtech Rift. You know what that means, Yeso.
Tell me, X-Man.
I really cool plants. Hey, I don't know.
Yes, yeah, it does.
Yeah,
It
cool
does.
plants all over Summoner's Rift. It's got a cool green vibe too, which I kind of get down with. River's kind of toxic now, which is interesting, but yeah, look at those grubs. Lost is going to pick up 5 out of 6 of these grubs. That gives them the buff with the Void Mites. And Void Mites can be super, super toxic. A big
Ooh,
arrow.
That's going to be an arrow and the catch here onto
Nice.
Pilot. 100-0. The stun lock onto the Oriana. And down goes the Liberty mid laner. Good pick there from the side of Los Grandes. And, that's what that Ashe provides, right? That Enchanted Crystal Arrow is so easy to pick up those immobile targets out on the map. Pilot and Macau could be very vulnerable if they get caught out of position by Cabby on the side of Los Grandes. Meanwhile, MV going to get working on this bot lane tier 1. The tower game here tied between these teams at one up, or excuse me, not tied. It's 1-0 for Los Grandes and make it 2-0 at this point.
Nashers is so lethal in taking down turrets. Super clever back into Makes. I think Makes is dead again here, yeah, so we'll see.
He's got flash available, and that pull back will get Super Clever to a distance where Makes doesn't need to spend his summoner spell. But the problem is, Seas continues the neutral objective control on the top side, picks up the 5 grubs as you talked about, now working on the Rift Herald here. Liberty has, gotten the Drake stacking going. 2 of the 4 that they need for that Chemtech soul, but the power that Los Grandes has been able to pick up here with the control of the top side here has been very good. It is a 3v3 here, though. The Varus on the wrong side of the pit, but that is the Rift Herald picked up. Now they're just going to try and keep the Rel away from the eye. He's trying to get out of trouble. Doesn't have flash available. Good arrow there. Is going to go down and Makes just barely survives.
They'll leave that eye up. Lost still have an opportunity to pick it up. You just got to walk in.
No way.
Super clip. No, he misses it. Oh, it's so close. But yeah, no cigar there. Sees it, the nice smite. They can't pick up the eye, just barely. Now, I want to talk about this, EA. So Liberty have won 2 games so far of 6. Of their 6 CBLOL games this split. Both of those games, they were down a considerable amount of gold before bringing things back. One of those especially was in the INTZ. They were down 6,000 gold. This gold differential, it ain't nothing. There's nothing. Don't worry about it.
I will take your word for it here. We'll see how things can go. Of course, make sure you're sticking around. Next game, we got Fluxu and Pain Gaming coming up after this one. And of course, I will end my time on the desk today with a matchup between Loud and Red Candid. So really 3 great games to start today. 3 very meaningful matchups here. So make sure you're sticking around. It's a wonderful day to watch some CBLOL. And of course, tomorrow as well. We know the Super Bowl is going on, but you can get all your CBLOL fix in before the big game starts tomorrow afternoon. Meanwhile, Super Clever and Makes going at it once again. Topside ultimate activated here by Makes, getting a lot of sustain, doesn't have his flash available, and Super Clever continues to just beat him down, working his way through the sustain of his Aatrox. It does not matter.
Whoa!
He's got the fancy feet. The dash over the wall from Makes will actually get him away. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, good ultimate there. The Emperor's Divide buying a little bit of room. Arrow gonna catch one. Cavallo backing away. Chains of Corruption comes through. Down goes the Nautilus, but the Azir falls first. It's 1-for-1 in the bot river.
My favorite moment in that fight is Cavallo flashing to tank the Ashe arrow from Cabby, and does go down. Super Clever with the teleport. They refight.
Yeah, both teleports from the top laners coming in. Makes has arrived. Remember, no ultimate available from him here, but they're trying to posture. They want to secure this 3rd Drake, deny it from Los Grandes, but right now Los Grandes has priority on this river. Liberty has backed off. Looks like they will finally get their first Drake here.
Yeah, Seas gets a little bit in by the way of objective control. Liberty are going to cede control the bot side of the map over to Loss. And they got to figure out a way to deal with Super Clever. He's not super fed or anything. He's just really, really strong on the Udyr. Makes can't do anything to fight him at this stage of the game. Envy not going to get picked out on the side lane. He'll get a turret down there too. Loss. This lead is starting to get a little bit worrying. Here's a replay for you. Keep in mind my favorite moment here. Cavallo's going to flash into the... Oh, it was a Callista ult, not a flash. He gets Callista ulted into the Ash Arrow, which is a really clutch play there from both Cavallo and Mikau.
All right, folks, 19 minutes in and about 2,000 gold separating both of these teams. Los Grandes in that lead, also doing good work in terms of the objective control. Now finally picking up that Drake. The neutrals have belonged to them. They also have those 2 towers picked up here so far. Does mean there's a good bit of standing gold on the map here for Liberty to close that gap. One fight can certainly change the complexion of this game, so keep an eye on what Liberty can get going. But Los Grandes very much in control as we'll take a look at Baron swimming up the river, heading up to the northern side of the map here, and we'll spawn in the pit 20 minutes in. It's time for the terror of the top side. Baron on the map, and we'll see what these teams want to do around this big neutral objective.
So cool.
It is, dude.
That's awesome, man.
It is.
Gets me every time. We've seen it.
League of Legends, man.
Yeah, no, it's awesome. The game's so cool. I wish I was better at it, man. But
yeah,
okay.
dude. Same.
Oh man,
I'm hard stuck low elo. I will not specify exactly where.
Yeah, an unspecified location in low elo. Arrow out.
Ooh, that is going to catch Drake. Hero. Bit more damage coming through as the Chains of Corruption come in, and that is going to be the Nature's Grasp coming out to force Los Grandes to back away. So Drake Hero, pretty tanky, right? It's going to take you a bit of time to knock him down, but a good bit of damage there means he's a little more vulnerable, and Los Grandes considering turning for this Baron. They have started it off. You've got an Azir. You know you burned through this objective very quickly with the double marksman Azir combination. They'll start it. Everybody comes to check it out. Los Grandes backs away.
Made you look from loss. Ball is going to fall for it. Come on, man.
They hit it with the psych.
The same old tricks, man, over and over. But he'll get all that vision swept out. They'll be able to move back around the map. I think blue side just has a better angle on this particular objective. That wall can be problematic for a lot of champions. Just have a straight way to walk right in, break up Baron fights, and start it a little bit quicker as well. I think that's why we've seen a little bit more success for the blue side. There's just more objectives on that top side Baron pit in the game these days, and teams are taking advantage.
Definitely, but of course, important to note that this time around, it's been Los Grandes that have controlled those top side objectives. The 5 grubs, the Rift Herald as well, all going to Los Grandes. That's going to be an arrow into mid lane, and it actually somehow is able to catch Mikau around the 2 thick boys, protecting this Callista. Cabby just threading the needle there. But, of course, no follow-up in this instance. Liberty going to continue to clear out some vision here and just trying to posture, make their presence known here in this topside river. Meanwhile, it's back to Super Clever and Makes here now in the bottom lane as Super Clever tries to pressure this tier 2 tower. And he really doesn't care. Like, if Makes hasn't pressed R, you don't matter to him.
Yeah, no, you just can't do anything, right? I mean, Super Clever still has Ghost in the back pocket if he needs to get out of a hairy situation, if he needs to just run down Makes too. Really, really spooky champion. That Udyr, the Vision game being played by Lost right now is incredible. A lot of it's getting swept out, but there hasn't been a point in the last 5 minutes or so where Lost didn't know where every member of Liberty was through their Vision efforts. It's resulted in this. They're going to move up into the top end. Super Clever, mate. Like, yeah, look at that Fog of War. How scary is that?
It's terrifying. It's also scary when you consider the only damage threat to Super Clever at this point is Pilot. And, you know, Pilot's gotten going fairly solid, like 2 items on board. This is, a good Orianna at this moment, but the Iceborne Gauntlet, the Frozen Heart, like Super Clever is so thick and so does not care about anything that Makes and Mikau have in their builds at this point, that this Udyr is just free. He's feeling it. got the wind in his hair or his fur, I guess I should say. He's loving where he's at this point. Liberty try to posture here. That's going to be them going in onto Envy. They catch him out. The reaction too slow from Los Grandes. Chains of Corruption will come through. He's trying to get to the safety of his mid lane. Tier 1 will not make it. Takes him down. That's a fight win for Liberty. They're turning to the top side.
A transition immediately up top there. Could be second dragon for loss. Super Clubber's going to continue pushing, though. Is this just free Baron for Liberty? It's starting to look like they're going to trade up. A second dragon for loss, a Baron for Liberty. But Pilot and Cavallo have different ideas. You already talked about the damage threat. Not looking that threatening.
Yeah, it's the most threatening, but it's still not that scary because Super Clever is still very beefy. Good bit of health on board. The constant shields coming through keep him well sustained, but that is going to be Baron picked up by the side of Liberty. Solid trade, though, for Los Grandes. They do get that second Drake. They continue to stall it out, but here it is. It's the initial flash in here from Cavallo that catches out MB. Excuse me. It's Drake here with the twisted advance.
Really nice stuff. C's going to eventually get caught out on this play, but so many resources. The ult from Makes, the flash from Makes. How many other cooldowns used to kill that jungler just to trade objectives back and forth. I will say now, though, Yeso, gold looking pretty even. Looking pretty even.
Right? I mean, that's what we were saying. The standing gold on the map, you know, one fight shifts the dynamic of this game in a big way. And yeah, at this point, they're essentially dead even. And the scary thing is we talked about the standing gold. Liberty hasn't even picked it up yet. They got the Baron. The towers have yet to fall. So there's a really big opportunity for Liberty to open up a bit of a lead here. 25 minutes in. Can they execute on the fight, however, is the question. Enchanted Crystal Arrow comes through, does catch out Drake here, but remember, this is a beefy tree, but
wow.
1v4, not beefy enough, as that's the kill for the Varicella, going to take him down, but a trade as Makes does knock down that bot lane tier 1, so a tower finally on the board for Liberty.
Yeah, we talked about the damage threats to Super Clever, but the damage threats for Drake here are almost exclusively Cello, right? Dropping that big physical damage into this Canic Rooker and cutting through it in ways that the rest of the team cannot. And that's what we see here, kind of that execute percent missing health damage dropped onto the Maokai from the big arrow. And that's going to deal like 800 damage, cut right through that magic shield as well.
Yeah, and as you just saw him pick up, now some armor penetration. So even if Drake here starts to itemize a bit more armor, a bit more protection, that percentage armor penetration going to make that much less effective at this point. So Los Grandes in a very good position here. And look at that gold graph, right? Very much in favor for Los Grandes for almost this entire game. But one fight, one Baron pickup has changed where we stand. The gold lead back to about 600 here for Los Grandes. Pretty insignificant. 27 minutes in. Teleport coming through to the mid game. It's going to come through. Can they defend it? Super Clever just has to walk away. He does arrive. He's not able to protect the tower. And Enchanted Crystal Arrow is down. Tabby used it. Did not get a whole lot out of it. Envy split pushing on this top side. Picks up a tier 2. Now does Los Grandes go for the fight here in mid? Teleport available for Envy. Do they have a ward available for him?
I'm thinking no. I'm thinking you just let Envy walk it back, slow things down a little bit. They took one turret off of the Baron power play in the mid lane, and I think that's just enough. Loss have even maintained a gold lead here through Envy split pushing through these waves crashing into them. So I think they'll be just fine. Liberty actually negative on their Baron power play so far.
So now the question is here, hitting the 28-minute mark, Axeman, we're essentially dead even here, right? Some of those numbers at the top of your screen might be a little different. Some more towers picked up for Los Grandes, a little bit more gold. But we've got 2 Drakes apiece, plenty of gold in both of these teams. So my question is, as we look at the next 5, maybe 10 minutes, if we get that from these teams, who are you feeling better about in terms of the game state at this moment?
I'm liking Liberty. I feel like Lost are misusing a lot of their engage tools. The Ash Arrow is routinely just flying straight into Drake Hero's face. They picked him like once, maybe twice. Actually, just has one death, so literally just once. So far, by using it in that way, But it's just not going to win them fights. I think if they start using some of those tools a little bit better, they can have a better shot. Meanwhile, on the flip side, all the engaged tools are being used very, very effectively, right? They've gotten a lot of mileage out of the Twisted Advance, Nature's Grasp. We'll see. Beware the shockwave.
Oh, Drake Hero getting in. They've caught out Envy once again. It's the shutdown there for Macau, and they're looking for more. Makes drops the ultimate, is slowed down. The kiting ability of this Los Grandes lineup is solid, but they picked up the target they were looking for. Drake Hero consistently getting onto Envy in these fights. It has been the key here. Los Grandes still trying to posture, still trying to keep Liberty from picking up this third Drake. They are not going to give it up for free as Super Clever trying to get this wave pushed in the mid lane. And those arrows coming out from Zello, just trying to shred through these health bars. Looks like Liberty is going to start it, but Los Grandes still in the area. Teleport available from Envy. 15 seconds till he's back up. It might be too little too late. Here comes Super Clever looking to walk into the pit here. Makes dashes over the wall. Liberty continuing to just keep them at arm's length here as Makes looks for the flank on the other side. 5 seconds on his ultimate. Drake
Beauty.
there picked up by Drake Hero, and Liberty goes on full retreat. They've gotten what they came for. Enchanted Crystal Arrow will miss. Flash comes out from Pilot to get him to safety. Liberty gets away.
Really nice stuff from Liberty. Yay. So on reset, Pilot picks up Death Cap, which is going to be huge for him. Those shockwaves are going to be absolutely massive, and they're using them so well in these fights as well. Which team in the CBLOL could drop bot side map control after the first 2 dragons and then reclaim it for the 5th dragon? Nobody but Liberty. This is the comeback team.
Yeah, I mean, really, I think they had an understanding that, hey, you know, we picked up the 2 early Drakes, kind of consolation prizes for the control that they had lost on the top side, thanks to the strength of Super Clever and the movements of C's. But Liberty just having a good understanding of like, hey, we could pick up these Drakes in terms of the timing of where the other jungler is, and then that just gives us breathing room later in the game, right? It means that now we don't have to contest for Drakes to keep the soul away from Los Grandes when we're behind. We can pick up other objectives on the map. We can continue to clear waves and close this gap. And that meant that Liberty was allowed to wait until they were ready, wait until they were in a position of strength, and then they've executed on it. You talk about those engage tools. Not only is Liberty hitting them, they just have more available. They have so many tools to start fights and lock down those priority targets. They're executing on it so far in this game.
They really are here. Should be the arrow from Cabby. Watch that Ash. Gonna hit Drake Hero again.
That's a safe bet, especially because I think Drake Hero is trying to eat them. He's hungry for a crystal arrow.
He is. Ball on Cavallo here. That's going to be the delivery for the shockwave. He's looking for the hook, but Super Clever's not giving it to him. And there we go.
You are omniscient, my friend. Well spotted out there.
Oh yeah, no, I gotcha. History repeats itself.
Ooh, just missing there. Cavallo looking for that dredge line, trying to catch out Super Clever. Isn't going to be able to land it, and Cello doing just a good job of positioning back, right? You've got those piercing arrows that you can throw from such long range. He doesn't have to put himself in a position to get caught out in the way that Envy has so far in this game. Liberty starting to step forward. That's going to be the engage there from C's. Makes coming in on the flank. Drake Hero has gone down, but what else can they get? Good ultimate from the Callista to keep the Nautilus alive, and Makes has finally arrived here, looking for Cabby, looking for Cello. But
Big
that is going to
shockwave.
be the shockwave of the 3, but it's not enough to take anyone down. Envy picks up Makes, and Los find the fight that they needed.
Yeah, so for most of this fight, Pilot has the ball on Drake Hero, but Drake Hero can't get in the back line. He's just locked up in the front line and isn't able to get where he needs to go. Drake Hero goes down. Pilot has to reclaim the ball. Cavallo gets locked up, taken low as well. There's no ball delivery. Can't get the ball into Makes. No shockwave. Tries to throw the ball in themselves towards the back side of this fight, and it just doesn't catch those priority targets. Look at the ball. It's on Drake Hero here. He gets locked up, torn down. There's no shockwave here. Look at Cello. Look at Cabby. Look at Envy. Goes down. Cavallo gets sucked into the Callista ult. Comes back out. He's going to get saved. Makes us too far away to ball. No shockwave.
Yeah, and I think the big thing for this fight is that Makes wasn't in the fight until functionally two of his teammates were dead. Drake Hero had already been killed, and Cavallo at 500 health, getting Callista ulted out, is functionally dead in terms of the fight at that point. That's when Makes finally arrives. So the team is already in full retreat. So it's really a good job there of Los Grandes understanding where that flanking top laner was and taking advantage of him not being in good enough position to affect the fight. They just take down the front line of Liberty before one of the biggest threats can really do anything. So well played from Los Grandes, locking down Drake Hero and executing in that fight.
You see so many excellent performances from this Liberty roster, a true development roster, and it's encouraging to know about this team that they learn from lessons like this, right? Makes is going to make it to that fight on time next time, right? They're going to get the ball delivery down next time, but is it enough this game? We're not sure yet. Drake up in 10 seconds. Looks like Liberty could push their way to it, but loss, they're going to push to the bot lane.
Yeah, the big thing here from Los Grandes is just the wave pressure in mid and bottom lane, forcing Liberty to respond to these waves. And Super Clipper doesn't care. Like, sure, clear out my wave, Makes. Like, I'm just going to take your tower. It doesn't matter. I have too much health. I'm too tanky. You cannot threaten me at this point. It just ignores that Aatrox almost completely. Meanwhile, Liberty try to set up a bit of a flank here in this 4v4 on the bot side. Important to keep an eye. Both of these top laners, teleports available. It's Super Clever on his way. And looks like Makes will have to use
Look at the
it.
vision!
Getting into the Drake pit to start off here. Cabby gonna spot this out.
There's no vision!
Working their way up river. Drake Hero is going to get locked down for the moment. Sees a bit on a flank here. They're biding their time. Nature's Grasp comes through, locking down a couple, looking for more. Cavallo's going to go down. Cello is able to pick up that kill. The Drake's still alive. Macau trying to get away. Flashes over the wall as Pilot falls down. Los Grandes just picking Liberty apart. Down goes the Aatrox as Makes his fallen. Here comes the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Splits the up right here. But Drake Hero will not get away. Super Clever gonna take him down. Cello picks up the kill. It's a 3. Make it 4-0 for Los Grandes.
Very risky play there from Liberty. I think it was the correct play to go for, but looking at that map, things that Liberty could not see, there was a lot of red vision on that area of the map. They were looking to get that dragon soul for themselves, but they're just not able to get it. Mikau, it'll have to be a miracle.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be able to do it. We'll take a look at the winning team here inside of the CBLOL studios. The Nexus will fall. Los Grandes pick up their third win here of Split 1. They take down Liberty in a matchup of the teams at the bottom of the table. What a game to start off the day. And look, Axman, you really highlighted going into this game your thoughts on what these top laners were going to bring to the table, how important that matchup was going to be. And while certainly a lot of playmaking from the junglers and the mid laners, having a big effect on this game, but it really felt like the tone was set with Super Clever in the top lane up against Makes.
It certainly was, and the objective control from C's there too was very important in building this win for Loss. Some interesting gameplay from Envy, went down a number of kills, but was able to keep into the game with the split pushing with the CS numbers. But yeah, Super Clever, holy cow, the only guy we've really seen take advantage of this Udyr pick. He is making it work. I gotta say that Phoenix stance gives me nightmares. It does so much damage. Holy cow. And yeah, nothing Makes could do on that Aatrox. That matchup just not good for him whatsoever.
Yeah, definitely just a rough matchup to play into, and really got set behind early, right? You get that level 1 invade, you're forced to flash to your tower with about 60 health there, just 2 minutes into the game. You're already starting behind the 8 ball, and then of course Super Clever sees that and is immediately going to continue to apply pressure, force you under tower, proxy waves, deny you CS. And it was really just a rock and a hard place really that Makes was stuck between, with the way that Super Clever was playing that top laner, that Udyr up on the top side. Also have to say credit to the rest of the team I really love the early movement around the jungle from C's. Of course, does get
Yes.
caught for that early kill, but right, the invade was well executed by them on that bottom side. They continued to maintain pressure on that side of the map, and they just really seemed like they were like, "Hey, we're just going to isolate Super Clever and let him go to work."
100%. The movement from C's in this early game was a great read on the meta, great read on what Drake Hero was trying to accomplish on the Maokai, and ultimately all the resources expended to catch him out in the river there weren't all that fruitful for them, right? I mean, it's not on Rel to carry the game. It's not on Rel to have levels or CS or anything like that. You're fine sacking the Rel in terms of all of those things. So really, kind of a waste of time. I'd liken it to blowing a bunch of alts trying to kill a Lulu. It doesn't
Sure.
really make that much sense, right? But yeah, C's plays that one out so well.
Honestly, well played here. I'm gonna pull you for an MVP pick here for this game. Of course, Super Clever, seemingly a great candidate there, but honestly, really good play, kind of all across the map. Who did you have your eyes on in this first game?
It's got to be Super Clever, man. Holy cow, one of the best top laners we got in the league.
Definitely opened things up for the side of Los Grandes with his stellar play in the top side of the map. Really just gained so much control from them early on, kept it going all throughout this game. Big win there for Los Grandes. They moved to 3-4 and now have as many wins as a team that we will see playing in just a couple of games. Red Canids, we're 3-3 coming into the day. We'll see how their game changes things. But next up, it is Fluxu versus Pain Gaming in our second game of the day. Fluxu, another one of those teams coming into today at 2-4, trying to challenge one of the boys at the top of the table. We'll have that matchup for you and more when we come back. Welcome back, everybody, to the CBLOL English broadcast here on a beautiful Saturday morning. Yeso and Axeman here getting ready for our second game of the day. Los Grandes with an important victory over Liberty to start the day. Now we get ready for a matchup between one of those teams towards the bottom of the standings, one of those teams competing near the top. Fluxu versus Pain Gaming coming up next. Axeman, how you feeling getting ready here for game two?
Feeling really good about this one. Payne into Fluxu. Payne's dropped a couple of big games, maybe so
Yes.
far this split. One, namely, into Liberty, who we just watched. So it's not definitely spoken for, but I think most of us are leaning towards Payne, if I had to guess.
Well, let's take the opportunity to look at which way the CBLOL English talent is leaning. We'll pull up those predictions, and we're going to add a little extra context here because you will notice Sans Hawk, we're Mia pinging our good friend there, but everybody who submitted a prediction for this game picked Pain. And it's important to note for the folks at home, if you have been keeping track of our predictions throughout this split, the CBLOL casters are a resounding 0-3 picking games unanimously. Started with Fluxu versus Furia in round one. Everybody got that one wrong. INTZ versus Red on round two. Everybody got that one wrong in Liberty versus Pain, a game that you just mentioned, Axeman, back in round four. Everybody also got that one wrong. So the question here is, as our producer Rose mentioned off camera just a couple of minutes ago, how have we cursed Pain in this game?
I'm not sure if we even have the ability to curse Payne more than Payne has already been cursed. One of the
RMC
more
would agree with you.
one of the more cursed organizations. Nice, awesome. It'll be fine now.
Rose live changing predictions here.
Live changing to Fluxu.
Oh,
Clutched up
man.
there. We'll see if Rose has got any angle on that Fluxu win. Well, let's back up here. We'll talk about these matchups a little bit. Yeah, I think Pain Gaming, we talked about their top laner a little bit already, Wiser. Someone who's had some trouble dealing with the upstart top laners so far, but I think he's got this one, man. I don't think he's going to have any trouble going into Fluxu. I know Flix has picked up some clutch games. The Furia game you already mentioned. Certainly, I think most of us, well, we all did put Furia up in that game, but yeah, I think Weiser could probably pull this one out. He's admitted on Twitter he knows where he's going wrong with these matchups, and he's made some headway last weekend, particularly in getting back in the flow of things.
Yeah, and I mean, it's interesting to talk about maybe Weiser going through some of these struggles when, if you think back to Split 2 of last year, the conversation almost all split long was that Weiser was the best player in CBLOL, right? He had an MVP caliber season playing all the way through a big part of Payne's run to the grand finals here in CBLOL and Split 2. And to see him come off of that split, maybe have some struggles early on, especially against some, greener talent, is interesting. We'll keep an eye on that top lane, of course, here. But let's take a look at our lineups as we get ready for Champion Select here for our second game of the day. We'll start on the blue side, of course, with Fluxu, Kiari in the top lane, Sting in jungle, Fu in mid, Kojima in the bottom lane, and Scamper at support.
Yeah, Fu's going to be the big standout for me here in the mid lane. If Flukes are going to win, it's going to be Fu, it's going to be Akali, and they'll take it into Pain. But on the flip side for Pain, you already know the Pain roster. Come on, top lane, Weiser, Karaoke, Dunkado, Titan, and support Curry down the bot side there. Just Titans of the league so far. And
Wow.
yeah, honestly, we haven't really called this roster a super team yet, primarily because they haven't made too much headway into the league at 3-3. But a lot of big names on this roster.
Yeah, big names, a lot of experience, right? Payne coming off of multiple finals appearances in a row. Unfortunately, not able to bring a title home in any of those appearances, but Dunkado, Karaoke, Weiser, a big part of that. And then, you look at this and you go, hey, we're bringing in Titan, arguably the best bot laner in Brazil over the last 3 to 4 years, and then Curry alongside him. And, expectations are high for this team. And hey, so far they've delivered on them for the most part, 4-2 through 3 weeks of play. Though, as you've already mentioned, that loss to Liberty, a bit of a blemish on their record. That's a team that, you would expect Payne to beat. So are there any concerns for you, Axeman, given the result of that game and maybe some of their performance early on? Or is it just, a little stumble in the first 3 weeks?
I think last split, Titan got a lot of mileage out of like late game clutches,
Yes.
big plays he was making on champions like Zaya. And this split, we haven't necessarily seen that from Titan. Haven't seen the big playmaking potential from Dunkado either, something that he's relied on traditionally on the rosters he's on. And I'd like to see this roster move back towards move back towards the things that they're good at, and try to capitalize on their strengths instead of grinding so hard on their weaknesses. There's still lots of split left. We'll see if Payne can get it together today. Into Fluxu, I think maybe we'll start to see that here today and see them pull ahead a little bit. It's a 3-way tie for 5th after game 1 between Lost, Payne and Red and Furia, and see if Fluxu can join them up there at 5th.
Yeah, and the conversation around Fluxu is interesting because when you look at this team last year, right, coming out of Split 1, tons of teams, even very successful teams, were making significant roster changes. And Fluxu was one of the few teams that didn't make adjustments going into Split 2 of last year. And you thought, man, if anybody would have, maybe it was Fluxu, because they really fell below expectations in terms of going in the playoffs. Now, this time around, after another disappointing finish in Split 2, they have made significant changes. This is a very different roster than what we saw in Split 2. And now the question is, can they find that form? Can they find that cohesion? They'll have an opportunity to maybe prove themselves here against Payne as we head into Champion Select. Some things breaking with expectations. The Nocturne not banned away here in the first ban phase. It is available, but Callista continues to be a priority pick for so many teams.
Yeah, and not first picked on the blue side that Nocturne either. It's going to be left up for the red side. And now red side kind of left to wonder, hey, look, we can pick two bot laners here and they can both be good, or we can get Cassante for Wiser
Yes.
as well. If they go Cassante Nocturne here, that's actually a really good R1, R2.
Definitely a huge opportunity here. Okay. They're going to go for the Renata here, picking up that early support, maybe looking to kind of counter what Fluxu brings to the table in that bot side. Curious what the response will be there from Fluxu. But we talk about the Nocturne being that most banned champion, that 100% presence through the first 3 weeks. And of course, you include the first game of today. For it to get through the first ban phase and the first 3 picks is fascinating, as Azir picked up here by Fluxu. And the question is, do they want the Nocturne here with B3?
You got to take the Nocturne, right? Not really sure what else you pick here except maybe Nautilus. But, you know, I don't know why you would bother.
A lot of questions here. The Rel is going to be hover, and it's going to be locked in. If Pain doesn't pick the Nocturne here, this is a huge break from kind of the conventional wisdom of Champion Select here early on in the split. They are hovering the Tristana, thinking about a marksman here, what they want to bring to the table. But the Nocturne might make it all the way into the second phase of bans here as Pain considering a couple of these options. And looks like they're just going to go for that range advantage on the bot side, trying to mitigate some of the early game power, that laning dominance that you have with that Kalista. It is the Caitlyn locked in, and they'll immediately focus towards the top side with a Gwen ban.
I'm not sure I like the Caitlyn pick. I mean, Ezreal is up here. I think Ezreal's a lot stronger. Maybe not a Titan champion as much. Poppy banned out. Gwen going to get banned out. Not sure about that one. I don't think Kiari's Gwen is up to snuff. It doesn't really counter Cassante that well, in my opinion. We haven't seen it do that anyway. And then, I mean, one of these got to be Nocturne, right? We keep bringing it up, but champion's so busted.
I mean, Pain's not going to ban it, right? The rel is already up. Like, sure, you can flex that, but I think you're probably thinking that's going to go towards Sting. They do ban away the Vi, so that is Pain, considering that rel might get flexed towards the bottom lane, maybe expecting it to go that way. But Nocturne's going to make it through here. Will we see a break from the 100% presence we've seen? 4 picks still left ahead of us as the Talia is that last ban here from Fluxu. Pain looking for the middle of the map. Jungler, mid laner here, and they're going to have to blind one of them right now. The choice is looking like a Maokai here for Carioca.
Yep, the red side Maokai coming through. Once again, Sting Nocturne, lock it in, right? I mean, just bring it out to us. And then finally a counter pick into the Cassante, which almost is certainly going up top side. I guess Cassante, we have seen it flex mid in other regions. I don't think we can play that here in the CBLOL. I don't think Denkato would like that very much. Aatrox for Kiari is the pick. Aatrox, yeah, I gotta say, doesn't work out too well in a lot of matchups these days.
Yeah, and the big thing for me is Cassante just doesn't feel like a Denkato champion. Doesn't feel like really a fit for the way he plays the game. So I don't think it's going to go there either. I think they're going to keep that for Wiser in the top side, and they are going to ultimately flex that rel down to the bottom lane. The Sejuani is the last pick here for Fluxu, and we might go through an entire draft with Nocturne not showing up whatsoever. The last hover here is the Zoe here for Denkato. That is definitely a champion within his wheelhouse. They may go for the Orianna to combine with that Maokai for the setup on those shockwaves, and it is going to be locked in. So the 100% presence for Nocturne ends today. Fluxu and Pain letting it go all the way through the draft here. Axman taking a look here at Champion Select. Which way are you leaning?
It's just a little confusing, right? I mean, I don't want to harp on it too much because the champ's just not in the game. But I mean, he got excellent ball delivery of Paranoia. I don't know. It feels like it fits into Pain's comp a little bit better, but maybe they're lacking for front line. Between these two sides, I was with Fluxu right up till the second half. And then like Aatrox, Sejuani, I'm not with it as much. I guess you have like a fairly immobile bot lane there with Caitlyn that helps build into the Sejuani pick. But yeah, I don't know. I think I'm back with Pain Gaming after the Oriana lock in and after that Maokai as well. I think this is a solid roster of champions for them to draft. For me, it's got to be the bot lane from Fluxu, and I just don't know if they have it in them.
Yeah, well, and a big thing for me was Payne elected to pick up that Renata R2. And the way that this draft shaped up, this is a very short range composition for Fluxu. The ultimates from Curry's Renata can be incredibly effective. You're going to be throwing these down with multiple people right in your face. It's going to be very easy for that ultimate to land in these fights. And when you layer that with the Nature's Grasp from the Maokai, as well as a Shockwave and possibly Wiser just kidnapping somebody on the Cassante, I think there's a lot of tools here for Curry to be a big playmaker and a big agent for setting things up for this team in this game. I think that is a low-key MVP pick here in the Champ Select for the side of Pain Gaming.
Definitely could be. Looking forward to it. To see how it pans out for him. We'll get into game here in just a minute here, folks. A little bit of difficulty for us before we get into the game. Yeah, some interesting bans across the board. I mean, Senna gets banned away, Talia gets banned, and yeah, here we go. Up onto the Rift with your official co-stream of the CBLOL. Couple things you want to pay attention to moving into this game. First things first, the jungle pathing. Both tank junglers are going to make their way through. You should start top side, full clear down bot. Try to take a scuttle crab for yourself. That should be Maokai. Ending is clear in the middle of the map, moving back top side for the scuttle crab. Resetting, both junglers will take 2 camps and then fight over a grub.
And of course, going back to last game, we saw the early invade from red side, C's and Los Grandes establishing some map control right from the beginning. But good posturing from both teams here means that it'll just be topside starts for both of these junglers, as you already mentioned. So no early invade shenanigans here, at least at level 1. So I imagine a fairly quiet start to this game.
Yeah, I would say so. It was an anomaly last game for C's to walk into the enemy jungle with the Rel and try to take camps off the Maokai. I think we're going to see something a little bit more standard here this game. Ooh, big trades coming out of Titan already, showing Kojima just how strong he is.
Yeah, and this is going to be something I'm very much going to be keeping my eye on, because Kalista traditionally thought of as a fairly solid laning AD carry and a very good early spike, right? That first item, second item spike for Kalista, very, very good. But when you pick a Caitlyn here for Titan, this is very much Pain saying, hey, we're going to try and slow down this Kalista. We're going to try and be very oppressive in lane, keep Kojima from really getting rolling early on in this game, and see if we can essentially shut down what is likely to be a focal point of this Fluxu composition. So keep an eye on Titan and Curry to try and apply a ton of pressure to the Fluxu bot laner here early in this game.
Seeing these jungle clears progress here. It's a quick clear from Sting. Should make his way towards that bot side scuttle crab. Big trades in the mid lane. Fu not able to get that Akali he wanted. Has to pick the Azir instead, and it looks like this. Takedo just outranges him.
Sting getting down to this bottom lane. Beautiful engage there from Scamber. Forces the flash out from Titan. And that is going to be all the summoners spent by the Pain Gaming bottom lane. Very effective early gank here from Fluxu. That is a 2 for 4 summoner trade. Scamber spending flash and ignite gets everything from Pain's bottom lane.
Yeah, he gets it all. Reset from Sting. He's going to push that top Scuttle Crab, two camps into Grub. Will be the fight between these two junglers, or it should be anyway. Karaoke picks up that level 4. Should be able to get level 5 for the fight.
And you can see now, you talk about Sting moving up to the top side. Looks like Sting kind of wants to
Ooh,
move in and at the
yeah.
very least get some vision. No, he's actually looking for the gank here, and it's Scamber with the roam. Decado is in trouble. Does have flash available, but it's not going to be nearly enough. Decado will just hold on to that summoner spell. It's going to be first blood for Fu on the Azir.
First blood for Fu. No way to trade back if you're Pain Gaming. Maybe looking for Chiari. Nope. Karaoke's going to back off. That top scuttle does eventually fall to Sting. Karaoke just kind of left in a weird middle position. Two camps for Sting, and then we fight over Grubs. Nobody's even close to level 5 yet. I'm looking at these numbers right. Here's a replay of that play. Happened just a second ago. Sting really nice in the fog of wards, and Kato thinks he's safe. He has the Maokai right behind him at the Raptors, but not quite as safe as he thought he was.
Yeah, and that feels like a little bit of just Dinkato and the side of Pain really not communicating the vision that they had on the map, right? Because Fluxu had been able to push and kind of crash that wave in the bottom lane and then had disappeared into Fog of War. So after that move to the bottom side, you kind of knew where Sting was, and really just feels like Pain underestimating the ability for Fluxu to move around the map there, because you had lost vision quite a bit before that, and Dinkato was still pushing up with 3 members of the Fluxu lineup just invisible on the map. So Pain got to kind of reset and not underestimate this Fluxu team, because that has been some great early movements here from Sting.
Yeah, it really has been. Sting looking for the gank now. Karaoke counters.
Ooh, Titan in trouble here. We know that flash is not up. Titan is going to go down. The kill credit will go to Scamber here. Karaoke down to the bottom lane, but too little too late from the Pain Gaming jungler. And this Fluxu bottom lane, you said that they would be a key in this game, and despite that Caitlyn pick to maybe try and suppress the early power of this Kalista, it's all Fluxu so far.
Fluxu coming up big in the bot lane. They turn that into drag control. Karaoke is here to put a stop to that. There's no help for the Maokai, unfortunately. Fluxu will maintain control of the bottom side. Fu rotating over. Kojima and Scamber helping out here as well. And it'll go down for Fluxu. Still no grubs taken from either side. A lot more drag control so far this week. We've kind of seen a slow gradient transition. But here's Chiari. No shuffle. Then Kato's going to flash.
Good attempt, though, there by Fu to try and set up the Shurima shuffle. Meanwhile, Scamber is going to be able to get in and get the stun onto Dinkato, but not enough follow-up there from the Fluxu solo laner. So Dinkato will be okay, but did have to spend that flash to get away from the Shurima shuffle there of Fu. So well played by Fluxu.
It would really turn the table on its head if Fluxu were to take a game off Pain Gaming here today. Pain Gaming dropping to a potential 4th position. Fluxu moving up to 5th and within playoff striking distance, at least of the other teams so far in their records. Still needing a few more wins to lock playoffs, of course.
Meanwhile, the top side, we talked so much about it, big focus on it in game number 1. A lot quieter this time around. The junglers focus heavy around mid and bottom lane. Chiari and Weiser kind of on an island here, and they've just been farming away. Not a whole lot going on the top side of the map here. Meanwhile, Kojima just hits level 6 there on this Kalista, so some extra danger for this Pain bottom lane, considering the extra engage potential of this Kalista Rel combination. And finally, we're seeing these grubs started up. Karaoke getting up here. Weiser able to get that wave push just a little bit to open up the opportunity to go for this. And that's actually going to be one picked up here by Weiser. Possibly a second. He's actually going to elect to go back to his lane, but good little leash there. Picks up a grub. And Pain Gaming finally getting a little bit of control on this top side.
Yeah, the traps all lined up here. I love Titan and his trap setup, man. Always really nice straight lines. Always set up in a row. We'll have to get a compilation together at some point of
Just the trap builds.
just the trap lines. Yeah. Yeah, he sets them up really nicely. But hopefully, this gives you some appreciation of Super Clubber and Seiz's grub taking ability. How long that's taking from Weiser and Karaoke. But yeah, I mean, it's just night and day with the Rel and the Udyr versus the Kasanti and the Maokai. Takes him a little bit more time.
Yeah, that Phoenix stance goes kind of hard clearing out those grubs. So super clever with a big assist there in game number 1. And now Sting back down to this bottom side, picking up that Grump, stealing it away here from Karaoke. Now continuing to just try and maintain a presence on this bot side of the map, recognizing what Payne was trying to do from a draft perspective in terms of shutting down Kojima. And I think Sting has done a wonderful job of freeing up his bot laner here early on. Denkato going to get charged that here early. Nature's Grasp comes through, and now it's a 3v2 numbers advantage here in favor of Payne. They're able to take down Sting, looking for more here onto Fu.
Whoa!
He's going to be the shuffle, getting Karaoke back into the tower.
Holy cow!
Locking down. Fu is here, and Kojima has arrived, looking for more. Curry and Takeda trying to retreat to the safety of their tower. They will get away.
Huge play here from Fluke. So they do drop one, but making big damage plays in the post fight there. They burn Chiari ults. They burn Zenkato's ult there too. Flashes from a number of members. Shuffling Karaoke under that tower was incredible. Zenkato may be in trouble. You gotta watch out.
Yeah, something tells me Zenkato is not going to make the same mistake that we saw last game from Envy, recognizing the damage potential there, and is not going to stay under his tower. It all starts here with Takeda walking in, trying to get a little vision. Sting goes for the engage, but they bite off a little more than they could chew.
They certainly do. Denkato looks like he just kind of runs it into the bush, and of course, if you're Sting, you're all too happy to oblige, but Denkato's running to his team, and Sting finds himself between a rock and a hard place. Incredible engage from Scamber. Honestly, miraculous this doesn't end up with more for Fluxu. Kojima easily gets a triple kill here if he's just a little bit quicker on the play.
Yeah, the Flash Magnet Storm was awesome, but it ultimately came down to a nice two-man stun there from Curry to prevent any further aggression, because I believe Kojima had ultimate available. So if they aren't able to land that stun onto Kojima, the re-engage comes through, and even if they're at the edge of that tower range, I think Fluxu picks up at least one kill, if not more there. So well played from the Pain Gaming support, allows them to come out with a little victory in that mid lane skirmish. But Drake up here, second one on the map. It is Hextech, and Fluxu trying to establish some vision control.
Excuse me. Oh, yeah, they're setting up for the dragon here now. Fluxu for their second one. Looking for this one. I think Fu just roams over. He's got the ult up, and that should be enough control for Fluxu. Maybe the fight. Nature's Grasp.
Both top laners walking down here as well, looking not to use their teleports. They're not going to get into this fight. The smite will, in fact, go to Karaoke, and they're going to get even more. Down goes the Rel as Scamber has fallen. Sting will fall here as well. Kojima quickly to follow as he's captured by Weiser. He will take the kill credit. Huge swing here in favor of Pain Gaming. They're looking to break the CBLOL English caster curse.
Oh, it's all coming apart now, yay. So they were doing so well, but it's just a little lead for Pain. But man, oh man, that is a big swing back for Pain Gaming. They'll pick up control of the map, especially into those players they were having trouble with. Kojima goes down in this fight. Sting goes down in this fight. Take a look at this replay. Karaoke just kind of walks in and takes it away. Sting doesn't have an angle. Scamber going to go down. Kojima eventually falls to this teleport from Weiser as well. Goes over the wall. Weiser goes all out. And down goes the bot lane and the jungler for Fluxu. That's all the problems Pain Game were having with Fluxu so far. So, remains to be seen what exactly Fluxu can do to get back in this game. They're going to start out with the Krugs, though. Not the Krugs, the Grubs.
You also love to see it here because, I mean, history has not been friendly to Karaoke in terms of 50-50 smites. he has much more often than not been on the losing end of those kinds of exchanges, but just well played, getting in with the twisted advance to get in range, execute there on the smite steal. So, big start that off from Karaoke, who is, again, traditionally not been the best in those kinds of situations. And that is just a catalyst here for Pain Gaming to get things going. We end up even in terms of the grub count, 3-3. Rift Herald is up here just past the 14-minute mark, and Fluxu has started it up. The question is, Pain are in the area, but do they want to go for this contest? They're thinking about it, but the numbers advantage is in favor of Fluxu for the time being.
Really is. Rift Herald goes down. Sting will have that one now. I'll try to find a way to use that here in a little bit. Not too much, by the way, action for these two top laners. A very different matchup between the Aatrox and the K'Sante than we saw between the Aatrox and the Udyr. He's in trouble now, though.
Uh-oh, on the run, trying to get back to the safety of his tier 2 tower. Will he be able to get away? Huge Magnus Storm and a ton of damage on a Karaoke. He's trying to get away, but the tree burns down. Scamber picks up the kill, and they're looking for more. The shuffle over the wall, beautiful from Fu, as Weiser's gonna fall. Elsewhere on the map, Fluxu looking for more. Kojima just spear after spear after spear. Huge flash in there from Sting, and Kojima takes down Curry, but Titan wants a little blood himself, but he may have bitten off a little more than he could chew. He will hit the thumbs up and get out of danger, but a huge turnaround from Fluxu.
Yeah, big plays from Fu here too. The shuffle over the wall. Weiser going down in that play brings Fu up 400 gold over Denkato. Really, really big play. And this is what we said going into this game. It had to be Fu. I said it had to be a Kali. Apparently it could also be a Zir. Any champion with an A. And Phil will get it done. Big team fight plays from him so far.
Chiari going to take down first tower here in the top side. Good extra infusion of gold here for the side of Fluxu. That lead now about 1,000 gold. Denkato is going to be able to match it, though, very quickly after. But that first tower gold extra for the side of Fluxu going to feel nice. Here it is. Chiari running for the hills. The follow from Pain Gaming going in deep.
Yeah, going in super deep. Like this teleport from Fu to get onto the situation and get in there. Kojima. I don't think we ended up seeing this play, actually.
This is the
they really catch Curry out here.
Missed.
Yeah. Holy cow. Kojima with the mechanics, man. Nice stuff. Hey, you like to see that.
Yeah, looking solid, executing on this Kalista, and definitely feels like a key for bot laners, right? This, Kalista, not necessarily a pick that is, that every AD carry can play. Kind of a non-traditional play style from a bot laner. So having this in your arsenal as a bot laner is key when it is so strong, so highly valued in the meta. Because if you don't have it, it just kind of kneecaps your draft. It's a pick that you can't really threaten with. So very key for Fluxu, and Kojima looking solid on it so far. Not a huge KDA at this point, 1-1-1, but in terms of the mechanics we have seen so far, Kojima has looked solid. Pain Gaming getting in here, spending a teleport to set up around this third Drake here. But Kiara going to get this wave pushing mid, try and keep Weiser occupied for the time being. Maybe hoping that his team, with priority in the bot here, can get things going. Magnus Storm going to come out. They're going to try and lock down Karaoke here in the pit. Here comes Curry. Going to be looking for that ultimate on the Renata. Weiser coming in, trying to back Kojima and Fu away. It's Weiser 1v3, and he's doing work right now as Chiari gets pulled to the team, and he's going to get taken out. Huge play from Weiser. Drake goes to Pain.
Fluxu strike and Pain strike back, making up some of that gold lead, getting the objectives down now. Very tight game, closer than any of us thought it would be, but we're not at the 20-minute mark yet, so lots of time for things to break out between these two teams. And Pain have a lot of room to take over the game here. I'm all eyes on Fu. I can't stop looking. I mean, the guy's huge.
Yeah, it really feels like it's gonna be Fu versus Titan in terms of kind of the linchpins of these teams as this game goes on, because we know that the Caitlyn's gonna outscale this Kalista, is gonna be a bigger late game threat as we get there. We know Azir can be an absolute monster in those late game team fights. So it's going to be, can Fu bring that playmaking potential with the Emperor's Divide and capture those priority targets? Or can Titan stay safe and get that DPS uptime on this Caitlyn? Both of those players going to be keys to victory for their respective teams here, as Weiser looking to pick up a second tower here for Pain Gaming, tie up that count in this game, is going to be able to do it. And we're almost dead even in gold here, approaching the 20-minute mark.
Yeah, Food doing some split pushing of his own, takes down a turret on the side. Nice from him. Up next is Loud versus Red. Potentially another close matchup. We'll have to see how Red shows up. They're a little bit back and forth. Good shot at Bronzy there for you, and Robo, of course. I think both teams move up in the top side. No one's going to take Baron yet. It's just too early in the game, but you want to set up some vision control because who knows, maybe the other guy will take it. What kind of Baron do we get here, Yeso?
Let's see.
Oh, that's familiar.
And
just
I will
normal.
say,
all right, cool.
With that next game coming up, Loud versus Red, make sure you stick around. We talked coming into this game about unanimous predictions, and I'll tell you this, spoiler alert, not a unanimous prediction despite that strong start from Loud, and I think it's going to be a game well worth watching. Denkato tried to run, but just gets shut down. Kiari doing all the work, and Fu gets credit there for the kill. Huge pickup as Denkato falls, and now what can Fluxu get on the map here? Baron is up, but they're on the wrong side of the map here. So can they pick up some objectives? Can they get the push going?
They're just getting the standing gold. I think you made that point today already. Just get the gold that's on the map, right? That's what Flux is doing right now. And it's gotten them a little bit of a lead, which is nice to see. Of course, the kills in hand there too will help them out. Fight could break out at any moment. Nature's Grasp is always available for karaoke. Could just drop it. Oh my goodness.
Xpithy? Hello?
Yeah. Glacial Prison gonna go wide. That was wild.
Denkato, though, back on the map, and thanks to Pain being able to avoid that Glacial Prison, doesn't have to spend his teleport to rejoin the team. We'll walk down to that bottom lane, clear out some waves, hold on to that key summoner spells. Both teams really starting to posture around this Baron pit, trying to secure vision control here around this topside river. Weiser could be in trouble here, flanked by Sting and Scamber. Not a ton of damage in this trio, but they're going to be able to lock him down for a long time. Weiser running for the fills. The damage has arrived here in Fu. The dash to the safety of his tower, and somehow, without a flash, Weiser survives.
You got to sink some of your CC back further up the lane if you want to keep Weiser in place there. Unfortunately, they force stack right on top of him. Weiser, he just sneaks out. Little shake of the hips. He's going to get out of there. Holy cow. I don't think I've seen anything like that, actually, 1-on-4. I really thought that'd be another pick for Fu. More fighting in the jungle.
Yeah, the one good thing there, if you're Fluxu, is you didn't really spend a lot of resources in terms of abilities and things like that, but Karaoke is going to go in with the Twisted Advance. A lot of damage on the Sting. Down goes the jungler. That's a pick up there from Titan as Kojima with the friendly fire. Good ultimate there from Curry. The shuffle back will buy a little bit of space here for the side of Fluxu. Weiser trying to chase them down. Scamber flashing away. Fluxu's in trouble. Magnus Storm will lock him down momentarily, but it does not keep Scamber alive. It's a 2-for-0 for Pain. They turn their eyes to Baron.
Luxu might have the hands. They might have a little bit better macro too, but Pain Gaming, they got the veterancy, and that's where it counts, at least in this game. They haven't made it the gold yet, but if they get this objective, they shouldn't have too big a problem doing so.
There was advantage in terms, in favor of Pain, I should say, but a lot of playmaking potential, but down goes Kiari. Kojima getting chased down by Weiser and Titan. Down he goes. Baron secured by Pain Gaming. They are in the driver's seat.
They really are back in control of this game. Dragging up now. Could be the third one for Pain. They got a reset, though.
Yeah, Fluxu may be looking to pick something up on the backs of, an injured Pain after kind of consecutive fights and the Baron take, but Pain's still very strong. They've still got that numbers advantage, so this is risky here for Fluxu. If you lose another fight here, Pain really takes complete control of this game, and you're really on the outs here. Let's take a look at the replay. It all starts here with Sting getting caught on the backside of the Baron pit.
Sure does. He's locked up. There's just nothing he can do. Teleport in from Weiser. Yeah, just caught out, unfortunately. Nowhere he can go. And once Sting is down, Pain Gaming just have the Baron. Shuffle from Fu to get out. Scamber gets thrown back in by Kojima, which is wild. But everybody else makes it out.
The other scary part about being a Callista and playing into a Renata is because of the spears and rend, you actually don't want to rend after getting ulted by the Renata. Like, Kojima has to actually wait because he gets caught by that ultimate, stacks up a bunch of spears in his own support, and then if he continues to go back into the fight, he has to think, wait, if I rend here, I'm gonna do a bunch of damage to my own support. Like, I have to wait until those spears expire on my own teammate. Otherwise, I'm just hurting us in that fight. That's a funny little interaction that you have to think about as a Callista player in just this very niche matchup.
Yeah, really interesting stuff from both of those champions. Some of those champion interactions are pretty interesting. Kiari maybe just dead again here.
Ooh, a lot of
Ooh,
damage
wow.
onto Titan. As Titan maybe steps a little too far forward, but support here to watch his back. Good job from Curry. That is Titan picking up his 4th kill of the game, 4, 1, and 5 on this Caitlyn, and definitely has been the 80 carry making plays in this game. That's going to be a 4th tower here from Pain as they're looking to threaten with this Baron buff and a press. Looks you inside of their base. Nature's Grasp comes through. A lot of CC there onto Sting. A lot of damage there initially as well onto Scamber, who will get pulled to safety there by Kojima.
Wow.
Beautiful Magnet Storm, but it's not nearly enough as Scamber goes down, and now they're looking for more. Down goes Fu. Kiari has gone as well. Scamber down, and now they're going to break open the base. Huge shutdown there onto the Azir. His first death of the game, and Pain Gaming looking for more.
Curry actually got bailed out there by from the kill from Fu, but then took one last turret shot and that killed him. Pretty funny stuff, but almost got out and Fu goes down.
Karika inside of the base, actually forced the flash away as there was a lot of spears stacked up there by Kojima. Looks like they're going to hold on for now. They do lose that top side inhibitor, so we will see supers spawning up there. And now the question is, how aggressively does Pain want to play this, right? You're on Soul Point. It's just under 2.5 minutes until that final Drake spawns. Do you play for the Soul and then try to finish there? Are you maybe waiting for the next Baron, or do you feel like you are strong enough at this moment with a just over 5,000 gold lead to finish this game before any of those neutral objectives come into play?
Tough to say. Really, really tough to say, I think. But Pain Gaming have fully taken control of this game at this stage. I think that it's on them to close it out. I'm just looking for a way back in for Fluxu. I think it's got to come from Fu. I think it's got to be a big shuffle in one of these team fights. But yeah, I'm not sure. I think it's really, really difficult for them. We're talking about Sting maybe landing an ult onto Titan. Curry getting the backline locked up, but easier said than done. Weiser and Karaoke have been doing a really good job of standing in front.
I'm 100% with you on that one. I think Fu is going to be the linchpin of any fight. It is going to start with, as you mentioned, Sting maybe landing that ultimate onto a Dunkado or a Titan, seeing if you can get a follow-up from Scamber with the Magnet Storm. But, you know, if Fu can't get that big shuffle, that big Emperor's Divide onto one of those big damage dealers on the side of Pain, it's not going to be enough. The range on Titan, the playmaking ability from Dunkado is going to be so difficult to deal with. So if you can't take one of them out, I don't think you're going to win a fight here. So a lot on Fu's shoulders in these team fights as this game continues. Looks like Pain playing it slow here. Looks like they're trying to just clear some waves, set up for this Drake. 40 seconds until that one is up. Keep an eye on whether or not Fluxu even wants to contest for it, or if they are just resigned to maybe wait to play for a Baron. Some choices for them to make here soon.
A lot of big choices. I think you're soaking up the gold as much as you can if you're Fluxu. Trying not to get picked. Trying to fight for vision as much as you can without giving up too much. And now it's 5v5. Weiser waiting in the wings. He's looking for that flank. Baron's going to spawn here. Whoever wins this fight will get the objective.
Initial damage there on to Karaoke. They're locking him down. The Maokai actually getting burned down quite a bit, below 50% health. Weiser has finally arrived. A very tanky Kasante, but they actually just turn all back onto him. He oversteps his bounds. The rest of the team not there to respond, and Fluxu picks up a very key kill. Baron and Drake on the map. Fluxu says, go take your soul. We don't care. We want the Baron.
Yeah, 5v4 now. No one on the side of Fluxu takes a lot of damage. Big ult from Sting. Not going to catch anyone.
And you see, as soon as that Glacial Prison misses, Fluxu immediately going on the retreat. Scamber going to take a lot of damage here. It's just he and Kiari up in the front. And down goes Scamber. And just like that, the numbers are even. Fluxu in full retreat.
Fluxu going to back off. They have to take down these super minions that are taking their Nexus turrets. And, I mean, yeah, Pain Gaming, they're going to get this Baron essentially for free. Maybe paid for with Weiser's blood. But Sting's going to look for a steal. They didn't actually send anybody to get those minions earlier, so now Fu's going to be back. Looked like he walked all the way back.
Fu does have teleport available, but Fluxu not able to get in position to threaten for this Baron. It is picked up a second one of the game here for Pain Gaming, and now they're going to get everything. Fluxu win that initial trade, taking down Weiser, and they go for the Baron. Pain just contests them, keeps them off of that objective. They get the Baron. Now they'll get the Chemtech Soul. Pain has got everything they could have asked for.
They certainly could. And while their gold lead had shrunk to about 3K earlier, it's back up to 7,000 gold. And they'll pick up the Dragon Soul as well. If it was a done deal for Pain earlier, it's certainly a done deal now. I mean, I don't know what you do at this point. Weiser completes the Kanic Ruker and making him unkillable. You get the damage resistance from the Chemtech Soul. And yeah, you even deal more damage when you're sub 50% HP. Really, really tough game for Fluxu. Honestly, I think it might be even unwinnable at this point.
Shout out to production there on pulling up that soul for us, giving that data to the viewers. Everybody show some love for Rose in the chat here, our wonderful producer here on the CBLOL English broadcast. And Pain looking to move down to this bottom side. They are able to spot out a couple of members. Ultimate there from Scamber to try and lock him down. The problem is the damage is not here. Ultimate to get Scamber out of trouble for the time being. Good shuffle there from Fu. Can they get anything out of this? Kiari has survived. Ooh, Titan's in trouble. Almost gets taken down, but Pain come through. Takano knocks out Kiari, and Fluxu is in full retreat. Kojima trying to get away here from Curry, but Weiser is flanking the bot laner. Kojima to get it to the safety for the time being of Fu's tower here, and somehow Fluxu get out. They've lost 2.
Did lose 2. I think Pain are just going to push to end here. They might rotate into the middle lane, but I don't even think they have to, Yeso. I think they just push through this bottom lane, look for that inhibitor. And it is the last inhibitor that Fluxu have left available.
You've got Baron buffed minions. You've got the Chemtech Soul. Pain, you've got everything that you need, including a numbers advantage right now to try and win this game. It's 2 inhibitors down. Looks like they want to move to the top side to get the triple inhib. Kiari is back, so it is 5-on-5 at this point, but Pain just tearing apart the Fluxu base here. Weiser going to step forward. They want to knock down this final inhibitor and maybe get a fight going. Shockwave to Kato. It's the 1v1, and Fu is down. And Kiari doing his damnedest to get something going on the top side, but he gets taken out. Nature's Grasp comes through, and Fluxu, there is no part of your base where you are safe. Magnet Storm from Scamber is not going to be nearly enough. Curry nearly going down, but it's just able to survive. Kojima taken out. It's a double kill for Titan, and looking for more. Pain Gaming have broken the curse. All your CBLOL English casters are correct here today as Pain moves to 5-2.
We got it done. Rose broke the curse for us. Thanks, Rose. Appreciate that. And Pain with a much-needed victory, bringing them up to 4-3. Nope, that's not correct. Bringing them up to 5-2. There you go. We got it for you eventually. And kicking Fluxu back down. We'll take a look at the standings here in a little bit after that game. But yeah, expected result for Payne. I think Fluxu put up a pretty good fight. This is, again, a really big game from Fu. We saw so many kills from this Azir champion. I don't think we had necessarily had seen Fu prove himself on yet. And yeah, really good stuff from Fluxu. Maybe not this game against Payne, but could take some games off some lower teams.
Yeah, I think, I'm walking away from this game loving a lot of what Payne did. I actually really love their draft for this game. I love the Caitlyn pick. The Renata, again, I think kind of a most valuable pick here in this one, securing that very early, and it ends up working incredibly well into the composition of Fluxu. So love a lot of what I saw from Payne. And of course, great playmaking and big moves in team fights from Dinkato and Titan, which you need to see from this team. Those are two of the heavy hitters of this Payne Gaming roster. But when you go to the side of Fluxu, I'm right there with you, Axeman. A lot to love about this game. I think Fu showed up really strong. Great play. A lot of really good ultimates from Scamber there on the Rel. There's things to like, positives to walk away from this game from. Certainly, you're going to be kicking yourself as Fluxu because it felt like there were multiple points in this game where you were in command. You had the opportunity to try and win this game, and they unfortunately weren't able to follow through on that. But I think I'm walking away from this game feeling better about Fluxu than I did going in.
Yeah, 100%. I think that's a pretty solid roster. Could definitely do some work against other teams. Looking forward to this Loud versus Red matchup, though.
Yeah.
Two of the better teams in my mind. On Gringos Liberados this week, RMC said he thought there's an outside chance Red don't make playoffs. So this will be something of a decision maker for this Red roster as well. I think probably goes the way of Loud, but should be a good matchup nonetheless.
Definitely a lot to look at there. Let's get an MVP selection here from you, Axeman, before we go to break. A couple of candidates. You could even maybe make an argument for Fu on the side of Fluxu, but who's your choice going to be?
I think it's got to be Titan. I think Titan's just laying down the law here on the Caitlyn picks. Getting that pocket pick and moving the ball forward with the damage. I think he's doing really well.
Very good for performance there from Titan. Very good showing from Payne overall. They end up now with the same amount of wins as the team playing next. Loud got a matchup here with the Red Canids on the other side of this break. Stick around, plenty more CBLOL English action when we return. Welcome back, everybody, to the CBLOL English broadcast, an official co-stream of our good friends over at the CBLOL. My name is Jay, so back with Axeman once again, getting ready for our third game of the day. And Axeman, we got a banger set up here for everybody. It's Loud versus Red Canids, the meat of our CBLOL sandwich here on Saturday.
It really is. Route versus Brunsey, two of the better 80 carries to my mind in Brazil. Going to be one hell of a matchup, and I'm looking forward to it. Of course, FNB and Robo is not a matchup we can overlook either. Two very, very strong rosters, and honestly, one has done quite a bit better than the other this split. Of course, Loud done better than most teams over the last 2 years with the three-peat CBLOL titles, going to Worlds twice. But you recall the previous time they went to Worlds, the first time was with Brunsey.
It was just about a year and a half ago, and this roster certainly looking just a little bit different here today. And let's take an opportunity to take a peek at both of those rosters here as we get ready for game 3 on the day. Starting on the blue side, of course, with Loud, and returning 4 out of the 5 players from that championship roster last summer. It's Robo in top, Croc, Tinones, Root, and of course, the one big change is Redbert coming in at support in that bottom lane here for Loud.
Love that Redbird pickup for them. Looking across the aisle at Red, their roster. Legendary players, FNB in the top lane. Aegis, Grevthar, who've played together quite a bit. You got Brunsey down bot lane, and Frosty as well in the support position.
Yeah, and of course, Frosty, still a very young support here in Brazil, still cutting his teeth, but we've seen some impressive things from him over the last year, and looking for more here today. Certainly going to be a key in this matchup. Now, Axeman, I want to take an opportunity to talk about our predictions coming into this game. We talked about it in the last one, right? Unanimous for Pain. They end up taking the win, but it has been a curse. And you would look at this game and go, hey, Loud's come in. They're 5-1. They've dropped only one game this split. They've won 4 in a row coming into this game. Whereas Red, they've been a mixed bag. They don't have a 2-0 week on their record yet so far this split. And you would think Loud's probably got this one in the bag. But as we pull up our predictions, not nearly as unanimous as you would think here, as a couple of us on the Red train. Sell me, though, the Loud pick here, Axeman.
Oh, come on, man. 3-time champions. I still got to sell them after all this time.
It's your job.
You don't just
it's your job. Come on.
You can't just take the medicine. Oh, man. I just, no, Loud, they're incredible. I think Loud, a lot of people had questions about after losing Seos. Seos got them so much mileage in Worlds on the Rakan. But Redbert has more than proved himself already in this split. The 5 victories they've had have all been on the back of Redbert's incredible playmaking ability and the talent of the core 4 members of Loud returning as well. They're coming in like a lion. Last split, they came in like a lamb. And honestly, I'll take the lion. I think the lion Loud is a little bit better here in the early split. I don't think Red have a prayer, Yeso. Have a prayer of beating Loud.
I'm going to sell you the Red pick now. And here's why. Red Canids, 3-3 this split. Not great. Don't have a 2-0 week this split. Not great. I'll tell you what they do have. A 3-0 record on Saturdays. Red Canids has won all 3 of their games on Saturday so far this split. And specifically, 2 of those wins against teams above them in the standings. Okay? They are 0-3 on Sundays. 2 of those teams, 2 of those losses against teams currently, or at least going into today, below them in the standings. So Red has been very good on Saturdays. It has been their day, and I'm just picking the trend, right? Like Loud might be 5-1, but Red hasn't lost to start a week this split. So that's why I'm leaning that way. And they specifically have taken down good teams on Saturday. So I think they have it in them. I'm just picking with the little pattern that I saw when I was getting ready for my predictions here today. So that's why I'm taking Red. Let us know in the Twitch chat, folks, who you got in this one. Are you buying Loud and the continued run from them, or are you picking the upset here for Red Canids? We do want to hear from you as we get ready for Champion Select. Axeman, have I swayed you at all?
Absolutely not. No.
Ah, come on.
It was a good effort, though. It was a good effort. Might have swayed production, might have swayed some
Mhm.
people in the chat as well, but not me, not me. I'm a loud, diehard fan. I got the cool little icon thing that tells everyone when you drop into a league game that you're a loud fan. I love it. It's
Ah, there
awesome.
you go. Hey,
Very,
I'm
very
here
cool.
for it. I love Loud as well. It was fun to watch their championship run last split. And of course, it's a team that, during our years of covering the CBLOL, we've gotten to watch a ton of games, a lot of deep playoff runs, and of course, multiple championships. And we'll see if they can do it here again this split, but still a long way to go. As Axman mentioned at the top of our broadcast, 12 games remaining for all of these teams coming into today's action. And of course, this is going to be a big one for Red Canids to try and keep things close. They're kind of on that bubble between the teams out of the playoff picture and the teams within it. And this win would get them above 500, get them to 4-3, put them in a much better position going into Sunday. And of course, then we'll see, can they string together 2 wins in a row, 2 wins in a week. A tough test certainly ahead of them here, but we're getting ready to get into Champions Select. Do we see a Nocturne? Do we see specifically a Croc turn here, Axeman? I'm going to ask for that prediction from you.
Oh, I love the Croc turn. I think Croc turn would be awesome. No, I think it's going to be permanently Nocturne 100% presence -1, and we'll continue to see that champion. You just can't give him Croc turn. You can't give that over to Red either. So. Yeah, we'll see that picked up. Honestly, for me, I want to see which one of these 2 top laners is picking up the K'Sante. We've seen much better K'Sante games so far this split than we saw last split, and whichever of these 2 top laners gets it should be a good time. Thinking, I want to see some Rumble for FMB. I think that could be fun for him. We'll have to see as we get into the draft.
Yeah, and it feels like it's really kind of a buffet of wonderful matchups to watch when you look at both of those teams. You already talked about FMB and Robo in the top lane. Incredible matchup there. You look at the junglers, it's Croc versus Aegis. Aegis, arguably the best Brazilian jungler over the last few years, has been incredible, but Croc has been amazing for the side of Loud. Then you go to the mid lane. Hey, Grefthar maybe has had some struggles over the last couple of years, but then it's Tinones on the other side. And then you got Brunsey and Root, these incredible bottom lanes. Like, it doesn't matter where you're on the map. You're looking at an awesome matchup, very talented players across the board. This is going to be a fun one. It's why I've been looking forward to this game all week. As soon as I knew I had the first 3 games, I was like, oh, baby, give me that Loud and Red. I'm here for it.
Yeah, no, it's going to be awesome. It's going to be a fun time covering it with you as well, Ye. So we got some matchups coming up for you after this game. It's Furia versus VKS. Coach Seal takes on Maestro there. And those 2 coaches. Then you got INTZ versus Kaboom. INTZ had to start the long road to making playoffs. They want to get back to 4th like they did last split. It's going to take like 9 wins out of 12, we said. That's tough, but it starts with beating teams like Kaboom. Into the Loud Red draft now.
Ooh, if
and
Red
Nocturne
doesn't ban it, because the Kallista's off the board too, right? The standard B1 for most teams
didn't
is
ban
on
it.
the table. Do you pick the Nocturne here for Croc? It's up.
You got to, right? You got to. It's got to be Croc turn. I mean, what else are you going to pick here? K'Sante for Robo? No. It's got to be Croc turn for me.
Yeah, I think you're kind of crazy if you're picking anything else in this instance. Loud not showing their hand, waiting till the last second here. It's going to be a Lucian first pick. Okay.
Yeah, interesting. Really interesting. Emilio also left up here is that Azir was banned out. Nico banned away here too. I don't think we mentioned that yet. Nico is enabled. Nico is disabled in some international regions this weekend, but it's enabled for us.
And interesting to see the Caitlyn coming through once again, this time for Brunsey. The Milio, not a huge surprise coming into this week, was alongside the Nautilus, the most picked support here in Brazil. So not a huge surprise to see that one coming out. Of course, that Enchanter very powerful against alongside a pick like the Caitlyn. And it looks like Loud is going to go back to just a traditional bot lane duo, the Lucian alongside the Nami, of course. If you remember last year, this combination was nerfed a little bit. The passive of the Lucian, not as oppressive when paired alongside an enchanter here, like the Nami, is actually very good alongside more hard CC champions. But Loud's going to go back to kind of a bread and butter combo from the last couple of years, and it looks like it's going to be the LeBlanc for Tinones in the mid lane.
Yeah, little Tinones LeBlanc action. Excited for that. Pushing in into the rest of the draft here. Yeah, the counter obviously would be Lissandra there into the LeBlanc, but we've seen a couple other champions picked into it. Lissandra for Grevthar. Still need junglers for both sides, and of course the top laners there too. That means there's going to be more bans coming out for us, folks, and one of those has got to be Nocturne, certainly.
I am so excited to see Tinones on this LeBlanc. If you think about the role that he has played for his team and traditionally kind of the champions that have been in his wheelhouse for the most part of his time with Loud, it's been very heavy on control mages, right? He's been the one playing the Lissandra and other things in that neighborhood. Assassins haven't been as popular, and it's not that Tinodes can't play them. We know the skill level that he brings to the table, how talented he is, but it really hasn't been a role he has had to fill for his team. So seeing him on an Assassin, on this LeBlanc, with that kind of nuke potential for those priority targets on red is exciting, and I think Tinodes is very much going to look to put his stamp on this game.
I would say so. This is going to be an AP LeBlanc. I think AD LeBlanc got nerfed on the last patch. Certainly the items don't deal as much damage there. So I think we're looking at AP here. Be up to Tinones, though. You know better than I would.
I'm looking forward to it. Final bans coming through. Looks like the Nocturne might get it through once again. Sejuani Rumble taken off the table.
Did it get nerfed?
And a focus to the top side. It is Cassante and the Udyr taken off the table here from Loud. So a couple of top laners taken off the table. Now what does Red want to go with here? Some options. The Vi still available. Definitely provides a threat for those squishy targets on the side of Loud, and they are going to lock that Vi in for Aegis.
Yeah, look at it locked in here. And yeah, not going to harp on it too much. They're going to pick whatever jungle they're going to pick. Maybe this is how we get it. Yes! Yes! All right, cool. Just had to not force it. And then we'll be fine.
Shout out to Soph sliding into the production chat. It does remind us that Tinodes did in fact play AD LeBlanc last week. So that possibility certainly there, but you know, an important note from Axeman talking about some of the nerfs that build has taken. So some options, but maybe leaning possibly more towards the AD side of things. And it looks like Loud aren't going to lock in that Nocturne yet. They're going to pick up the Jax. They could still grab it here. You need the jungler here for Croc, but as of yet have not locked it in. It's going to be Jax, and it's going to be Maokai. So we felt like it was a guarantee. Nocturne on the table, Croc in the game. You've got to go for it. But this is now going to be back-to-back games here, Axeman, where the prioritization of that Nocturne falling significantly.
Yeah, somebody should have told Liberty and Lost. I think they got left out. Wasted a ban there, but Aatrox locked in. Give me the counter pick for FNB into Robo's Jax. It was always going to be Jax and Aatrox here. A number of top lane bans, Rumble, Udyr, Cassante, everything getting thrown at this top lane matchup. In the bot lane, Lucian, Nami, Caitlyn, Melio. Haven't seen too much of the Caitlyn for Brunsty, I don't think. So we'll have to see how this matchup plays out for him, though. I think I'll take Root on Lucian, though.
Now, the question here, when you kind of look at these compositions, very short-range composition from Loud, Lucian, very much kind of in your face, and so is the LeBlanc. Reds, that's a dangerous composition to be playing in that kind of short range, because Brunsey is very much going to have the ability to kind of stay back, keep people at arm's length, and Aatrox, Lissandra, Vi, you don't necessarily want to get close to any of them. So this feels like kind of a high risk, high reward composition for Loud in this matchup with Red. What are your thoughts, Axeman?
My thoughts, I think there's a lot more counter pick from Red. You know, trying to slow things down, trying to keep Loud from executing on what they want to do. Meanwhile, Loud just picked a cohesive composition. something they'll be able to play in a lot of different circumstances. Really on
Certainly.
red to try and shut them down.
I'll have to keep an eye on it. A lot of different angles that you can look at this game from. But of course, the biggest one is you've got your first place team, 5-1 on the split, trying to keep things rolling. Loud coming into today, having won 4 games in a row, looking to make it 5 against this star-studded red roster that has struggled this split. I mentioned it earlier. 3-0 on Saturday and have beaten 2 teams up towards the top of the standings. 0-3 on Sundays, and they lost to 2 of the teams near the bottom of the table. So Red got to figure some things out, but a big opportunity here against Loud as we get ready to go into our 3rd game of the day. Folks, let's hit the rift. CBLOL English continues here with this matchup between Loud and the Red Cannons. I'm hyped. I hope you are as well. I know Axeman is for sure.
Oh yeah, 100%. Level 1, the fireworks start early. See if Aegis is over the wall, looking for a little play here down bot side. Level 2 should be big for that Lucian Nami lane down there.
It definitely will. And Loud really trying to just slow down Aegis's start here, stepping forward, getting some vision down in that red side. Grevthar and Red will be able to do the same on the bottom line. You know, FNB has to back away from Robo, dashes over the wall, and Aegis just gets bullied out of his red side jungle. Is he going to go right back? Croc is going to start up these chickens, and Robo and Tinones do leave, but Tinones is still close, kind of playing on the opposite side of this wall, but ultimately Aegis is going to relinquish that and go into his blue side here. We'll see if it's some vertical jungling from both of these junglers. Is Croc going to just walk immediately into the mid lane?
And there's the gank. He's walking back down to the bot side. And yeah, you get a little close up of the tree there. Your Grevthar. Now it's the fight around the bot side. Frosty on Melio. One of the only Melio games we've gotten to see so far. Champ gets banned a lot, Yeso.
Yeah, he has had, coming into this week, had 10 picks through 30 games, alongside the same 10 picks for Nautilus. Nautilus, of course, showing up a bit already so far today. We finally get to see the Milio here in game number 3. Continues to be, kind of the premier enchanter support in the current meta right now. So keep an eye on Frosty and what he can do for his team. An interesting choice, by the way, from Croc, electing to just take the chickens and then cross diagonally to his own red side. And Aegis had that information, ultimately just elects to clear out his blue side, walk into mid. Looks like he's going to go up to his red side. So really an initiative here from Croc to not take too much, but walk down towards the bottom side.
Yeah, you're getting back up into the top side up here. Aegis maybe looking for an angle on Robo. It's going to push in there and then see if he can't catch him out. Robo's going to drop some vision, though. And then they'll look to push in. He's going to spend a lot of time here. And see, I think he's challenging Croc here over this top side in a little bit. We'll have to see.
Good note from production as well, commenting on Croc's pathing here early, that this is very specifically a clear with the intention of getting to Grubs right at 5 minutes and starting that. And if Robo can get priority going in that top lane, back FNB away and come down to help, that would be a huge boon for the top side here of Loud to get control of that neutral objective as soon as it comes on board. 4 minutes in, or a minute away from that. So keep an eye on what Croc decides to do here. Looks like he wants to go back to back here on the enemy chickens and steal this one away. Aegis is going to walk down into the area, so the smite might come through here. And that is going to be Croc able to steal away that camp. Is going to slow down Aegis. Tinones with the prio in mid, so Croc's feeling very safe.
Things start out a lot slower than I thought they would between these two teams. Just a sign of better League of Legends being played. Not a bad thing, if you ask me. Not a bad thing yet. Little trades back and forth between the bot laners. But nothing too big given over. Looking like both sides are content. Let's play things out slow here. Dragging up in 10 seconds. We'll see that one. Nobody on grubs yet, Yeso.
Yeah, ultimately, Croc electing to go for that pressure on Aegis at the chickens, and then walks down into his bottom side. So seemingly more focused on this first Drake, this bot side Scuttle Crab, as well as maybe getting a play going onto the duo of Brunsey and Frosty down here in the bot side. So some options available here for Croc. Definitely is not focusing on getting those grubs immediately off spawn. So a little bit of a deviation there, but at least had that opportunity. Is going to start the Drake now, though, with Redbert and Root getting that early prio. Aegis is here, and it is prio for Tinones in the mid lane. Is going to work his way down here. Bubble going to miss there as Aegis able to get the dash away from danger. And important to note, at least initially, Tinones leaning more into that AD build. Has the fleet footwork available, building AD items early. So it looks like it is going to be Tinones less on the burst potential, the assassin potential from this LeBlanc is leaning more into the AD at this moment.
Yeah, trying to poke down Red as much as he can before these fights and look for those sweet, sweet flanking angles. F&B takes a bunch of damage. Robo very strong on Jax. Very, very strong. He's one of the better Jaxes, maybe the only good Jax, some might say. Grevthar's got 6-2 now. You got to watch out for that kill pressure. If you're 10 ounce, yeah, here we go. Croc.
Yeah, a lot of damage there onto the Maokais. He's going to flash away the follow from Grevthar and Aegis, and he is going to go down. That will be first blood over to Grevthar, but Tinones does immediately respond, trades back, picking up the kill there onto the Vi as Aegis will fall. And with the bot lanes moving up, they're looking to get onto Grevthar here. Good DPS coming out from Tinones. That's going to be 2 kills for the LeBlanc, and that's a huge start for Loud.
Certainly is. Tinone's getting some much needed gold. Both of those kills really solid for him. AD LeBlanc is coming together. Grub's up now. There's still no fight over any of these objectives. Both teams leaving them up for the time being. Yeah, just couldn't cut through Croc quick enough, I don't think. Dumped all their damage into Maokai, but that flashed away. Pulls out enough of the steam from him. And then Grefthar, of course, left with no mana here, isn't able to escape with his E.
Yeah, and just Tinone's understanding without the mana as well as the prio from his bottom lane, no way for Grevthar to escape there. And well played as Grevthar has to claw away once again. Croc continuing to make his presence known here in this mid lane. Will spot out Aegis. Redbird is here, though, and thankfully for Aegis, spots that out just in time to avoid overstepping his bounds. It is going to be the twisted advance here to try and contest for the Scuttle Crab. A lot of damage there out of Brunsey. Frosty taking a lot initially as well as Croc has to back away. Aegis stepping forward. Numbers for Red momentarily, but Root and Tinones have arrived. Now that's going to be Red having to back off.
Yeah, they'll have to back off for the time being. Things once again slowing down here, which is just fine with me. I think this is better League of Legends, honestly. Backing on Vision there a little bit, but that'll be all right for Red. They'll get back out onto the map. The purpose of the counter pick here with the Lissandra is that you can hold that LeBlanc in place, keep the assassin from moving around as much in your team in those team fights. And of course, the pick potential of the pick as well is really nice. But lane normally trending more towards the side of the Lissandra. We don't see that as much here. So a lot of these skirmishes have gone the way of Loud, unfortunately, for Red.
Oh, and Tino's caught between a rock and a hard place. Is going to try and dash away. Does eat the ultimate. Croc has arrived with the Nature's Grasp on its way. A lot of damage onto Tino's. They're going to be able to lock down Grefthar and Aegis momentarily. Can Tino's get over the wall? Is able to escape. Here comes the support from Redbert. The red bottom lane on their way. They're not able to get there quickly enough. Tinones will survive. No summoner spells were available for the LeBlanc there. And just the mobility in her kit gets Tinones out of trouble thanks to the support of Croc.
Couple control wards there. Root's going to take those down. Croc maybe eventually getting this dragon. I don't think he actually will. We'll see. It's going to keep fighting over Vision for the time being, but maybe finally starting to hit that dragon. Yeah, here we go. Still going to be on vision, surprisingly enough. There is a ward from Red in the pit there. So they'll get to watch Loud take this one down, but not be able to do anything about it. They just going to move up into the top side, try to get some of those grubs down before they despawn.
Yeah, unfortunately, there for Red, their solo laner is just not in a position to help contest. No teleport available there for F and B, and Grevthar was looking for a reset in the mid lane. So it's just Age just trying to take what he can get here. Will look to pick up the grubs here and is going to be able to do this uncontested. No problem here for Aegis. The prio in the top lane and the reset there from Tinones in mid means that there's no threat onto this Vi. Aegis will easily be able to clear this out, pick up a Scuttle Crab quickly afterwards, as well as FMB is up here proxying waves into Robo's Jax at the moment, getting good damage here too. This is looking, I mean, shades of what we saw in game one, but the shoe's on the other foot. Now it's the Aatrox dealing half of his enemy's health as soon as they come into the lane. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, a lot of damage there onto Frosty as a good ultimate there from Root. Brunsey stepping forward, using that range advantage. The ultimate will be eaten there by Redbert. Loud is okay.
Yeah, they're okay for the time being, but that's a lot of damage to take, and Brunsey's still very healthy. Solo fight topside. Both the junglers have spent a lot of time up here, but to no avail. FMB, important to note, stacking up the CS on Robo. Incredible stuff.
Yeah, just about to cross that 100 CS threshold here with this wave crashing into his tower. And the big question for me here as Root picks up his first item is with Tinones getting those 2 early kills, first item on board is when do we see Tinones kind of unleashed on the rest of the map? Of course, the 80 LeBlanc, not quite the same as AP. You don't have that same burst potential, but still the mobility, the ability, the options to roam here for Tinones on this LeBlanc means that with a lead, he can really apply so much pressure on the side lanes. And it's just when does Tinones decide to go for that? When does he say, hey, I'm really powerful, I can make things happen? He is going to get punished a little bit here as FNB comes to support Grevthar, but is able to get away thanks to the support there of Redbert. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Brunsey up here with Frosty going to pick up some plates here for the Red Cannons.
Big plates there for Brunsey. They got all of the plates off of this top one so far. Got another couple minutes to get that last plate. They'll be doing quite well there with the gold. After that, still lagging a little bit behind Root and Redbird, but it's nice having that plate in gold. Grevthar here now. Good catch out. Tinones, no ultimate available though.
Ooh, and Robo and Croc up here trying to defend this tower. Nature's Grasp is going to come through. Croc has to flash away to get out of trouble. Teleport on its way from Grevthar, and they want to go in. Tower is down. Robo is caught. Aegis will fall. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but Red gets the tower here as well. A small victory for them.
Yeah, a little victory for them. They get all those plates off that turret too. Tino's going to try and trade back some here, but I don't think he's going to be able to get as many plates off the mid lane turret as they got off that top one. Brings the gold really back even. Even that gold lead between the two 80 carries is now swung back the way of Brunsey.
Take a look at this replay. You see almost no health on this tower. Robo and Croc elect to go for the defense, and they get punished for it.
Yeah, they really do. Man, Croc is way up there. Teleport comes through. And yeah, just a nice catch out there. Aegis with the clutch ultimate. We talked about it a couple times now. I don't know. I think Paranoia maybe looks a little bit better there. Who knows?
Maybe. Certainly changes kind of how the rest of the map plays around that jungler. The vision is so key. You want to track any jungler, and especially anyone that brings hard CC to the table. But it's so much more important to know where that Nocturne is all times, because it just changes how you approach those ultimates and how you move around the map. And Aegis still, though, very successful on this Vi. We'll see if Croc can get things rolling in terms of This Maokai definitely going to have his work cut out for him in this game. Going to be a key part of setting Loud up for success in these fights. 3 members of Red down here trying to get pressure going in this bottom lane. They've done virtually no damage to this tier 1 in the bottom lane. Meanwhile, as Tinones continues to push in mid, Aegis in the back pocket of Grevthar here. Can they bait Tinones into going for a fight that may be not in his favor?
Gonna be a difficult thing to do there, Aegis. Maybe with the dash in. Still wants that first dragon for their team. But I don't think they have the map control here. Yay, so Grevthar's going to try to get back down through this river. But yeah, Tino's a slippery guy. Aegis will just start it up here as FMB is roamed back down. Robo will try to take the turret out from under him. Now Red are on the dragon.
Yeah, it's going to be the trade tower for the Drake here. Loud could have tried to stall and played for kind of an immediate teleport from Robo after finishing the tower. Would have been a risky play, though, and the timing would have been difficult to line up. So ultimately, they elect to back away, say, hey, it's only their first Drake. We'll take that tower on the top side. We'll take that infusion of gold into Robo. Live to fight another day here as they retreat back to their lanes. And Robo is actually going to immediately follow this up by going for the Rift Herald. So maybe just looking to continue to snowball this Jax, who's in a solid position behind in CS for sure. But that 1 kill is huge, has the Trinity Force in his back pocket. If they can pick up this Rift Herald too, an opportunity for Robo to really become a side lane threat.
Nice play for Brunsey. Gonna force Tinones back off the turret. No waveform just yet. Like this focus on objective control from Loud. Using it to break open the structures is going to be big for them. Yeah, big ult here from Root. Grevthar will be able to escape, but we'll have to back up off the turret. See how Root's driving is.
Oh,
yeah.
The double TP behind Brunsey is going to force the teleport out of Grevthar, I think. No, it's going to be FNB, and Tinones and Robo do have to back away. So Red able to kind of turn this around as that double TP is spent by Loud. Brunsey does get to safety. The Rift Herald was used in mid lane, secures that tier 1. Now the question is, can Loud get anything more here? They're going to get the charge off on this mid lane tier 2, or no charge, excuse me. They'll just get the a little bit more damage and back away. No pay there, unfortunately. I missed those.
Yeah, no pay. Yeah, I think they still do them in the arena, but yeah, I miss them.
It's different. It's not the same, you know.
Yeah, it is a little different when they're driving it in. Yeah, but yeah, Root with some better driving skills. I think he's one of the players we saw crash one into a wall in week 1. So it's good to see him. Good to see him improve a little bit. That's for sure.
As we approach this 18-minute mark, I think it's close to even. Only about a 500, 600 gold lead here for Loud at this point. We're even in towers. We're even in Drakes. Really, the only significant difference here is the 3 grubs that Red was able to pick up to the 0 here of Loud. So we're even. And, Axeman, are you surprised in any way, considering, the overwhelming lean towards Loud in terms of the predictions? But it seems Red has very much held their own early in this game.
Yeah, Red's a good team. I mean, lots of solid players. I don't think they've had the best luck so far. They've been fairly inconsistent. We've levied that claim at them a number of times over the last 2 weeks, but they have the talent here, I think.
I have to see if they can bring the execution to bear here in this game. Going to be a difficult test here against Loud as Tinone's able to dash out of trouble. Red now having to back away as support has arrived in the form of Croc and Redbert here. And then it'll just be the reset. Red not able to get really anything significant out of that play. Let's just go back to farming things up. Things very close. Robo going to go in here onto Grevthar. Claw going to get him back to the safety, though, of his tower.
Yeah, the E buying him a lot of getting some good use out of it. Getting some good use out of the E. Lots of good escapes from the Lysandra. So far, Red continue to crumble a little bit though. Loud force these waves in across the map. Got all the outer turrets, and still forcing them in.
Really seems like both of these teams very content to not force the issue outside of neutral objectives. Seems like they're both very much at the point where they want to fight for something more than just the kills. And with 45 seconds on this next Drake, and of course Baron just about to spawn, we might be at a point where both of these teams are more willing to play forward, more willing to play aggressive and set things up here. So keep an eye on where these teams start to lay that vision control, because Baron is up, but it's very dark in that topside river. Seems like a heavy focus from both teams at this moment on this third Drake and getting the lead in that part of the game, as FNB will clear out that wave and both teams starting to congregate around this mid lane.
Starting to build up around there. FNB looking for a killer flank angle. I think he gets it here. That vision control they worked on really hard is going to help him out. Loud will have to push in towards the dragon. Here's the fight.
Good initial damage there onto Croc, and Grefthar able to buy time with his ultimate. FNB has arrived, but that is a lot of damage there from Root on that Lucian. Tino's dashing over the wall. Rebo threatening with that multi-man stun, but doesn't elect to go for the leap strike into the rest of Red there. Aegis dashing into the cover of this brush for the time being, but that's going to be Robo jumping in. Knocked away, however, and continuing to not be able to get that stun. Aegis over the wall does get the lockdown here onto one, but Aegis taken out. Huge kill for Robo. Low health bars though, and Robo has to back away. It's 1-for-0 for the time being, but Red still maybe in the better position. Almost their entire team at 50% health, but it is a forced reset from Loud. But Robo has teleport available, so does Tinodes, and they're going to get this second Drake for them.
Yeah, they certainly do get their second Drake built up here. First, the Mountain Dragons. They'll stack these ones up and get some much needed resistances for their team. Front line a little bit lacking here for Loud, I would go ahead and say. But yeah, continuing to build their lead with the objective control. Red's still kind of floundering. They don't have much map control, so they don't have the structures taken down in the middle of the map and are having a hard time rotating so far. They'll need to change things up if they want to play around the Baron.
Really just seemed like for a long time Red was, unwilling to fully commit to that fight. We're trying to whittle down some health bars, maybe force somebody out and then go for the play. And then ultimately when Aegis went in, the way that these new walls are set up around the river, the follow-up a little slower from the rest of the team. And unfortunately, Aegis goes down before Red can get anything back in return. And that means a fight win for the side of Loud. And Drake picked up more damage here from Root, playing very aggressively with that ultimate, as that's going to be the wave coming out from Red. But Red has to back away, and this will open up the opportunity for Loud to lay down some vision here in the Red jungle. He's just going to take a little bit of damage there, has to back away, and this is going to be Loud starting to turn their attention towards this Baron.
Yeah, setting up the vision control, controlling that side of the map, and trading back and forth with Red a little bit in the jungle here. We'll see Croc use up those resources in the jungle, making it more difficult for Red to exist on this side of the map, and eventually they'll start this one up. They got plenty of time, though. They could really just take a lot of that gold out of the map while they're waiting, and Red just kind of have to watch them.
They are. It really, and I mean, Red within 1,000 gold. There are certainly worse positions to be in 24 minutes into a game, but the hard part is that we don't necessarily have an answer on who is stronger in just the straight up 5v5, but the way Red has been playing, the kind of tentativeness around these skirmishes shows that maybe Red isn't quite confident enough in their position at this point. And that means that Loud just continues to pick up gold, does have control of this game despite how close it is. And the question will be, when is Red comfortable to make that play, or when, can they get that key ultimate from Aegis or from Grefthar to really turn a fight? And we'll see if they can maybe set up a bit of a death brush here up against Loud, but they're going to elect not to wait around. Now their ultimate here from Root gets a lot of damage there onto Brunsey. Going to need some sustain there from Frosty as the Nature's Grass comes through. The wave comes out as well. A lot of damage up front as Tinodes takes out Aegis, and Red is on the retreat. A lot of damage here onto Robo, but he's going to be able to leap strike out of danger. Now Grefthar stepping forward alongside FNB, but Croc is pretty tanky. Can Brunsey get in here and threaten that tree? They are going to be able to take him down. Big kill there from Grevthar. No smites available for either team.
Yeah, not going to be able to take it down just yet. With junglers down, but with root down, there's no real fight available for Loud. They'll have to look elsewhere, and things will continue to slow down. The objective's not going to be able to be taken just yet. Vision game will continue on here. Big thing you want to look for in these fights are those big ultimates and the pick potential for both sides. The bubble, the Lissandra, able to hold you in place for quite a bit of time. Look at this culling come out. Tons of damage onto Brunsey and Aegis, but he gets caught out by Aegis' ultimate.
And it's a good flank there from Grevthar to be able to pick up that kill onto Root. It looked a little rough because all those resources spent by Aegis to get onto that priority target. It looked like he was almost able to get away, but Grevthar actually in a great position to pick up the rest of that damage. Means that ultimately Red Canids win that fight. You see Grevthar is hyped. Aegis very focused, very locked in right now, but Grevthar is feeling it there. And he's been great so far on this Lissandra. His positioning has been solid. 3-1-1 scoreline for him on this pick. And those ultimates are going to be very key in the fights to come.
Yeah, they really will be. And you want to keep track of those if you're hoping to win one of these fights. And single target lockdown from Red is very worrisome for Loud. I mean, if they get onto Root, it's practically over, right?
Mm-hmm.
You don't have a source of sustained damage. Tinones isn't going to be able to keep up the damage in these fights. Really just got to get onto Root. Teleport on the backside, Tinones with the flank.
Yeah, does get a little bit of damage.
A nice little poke down. They'll play for the Dragon now. Third one for Loud. Red have control for the moment. Robo also on a flank.
Yeah. The other important thing to note, too, is that with the Zongas online as well, there's so much ability for Grevthar to stall out in fights as the Nature's Grasp comes through, the Tidal Wave as well. Oh, Frosty just gets nuked. He is able to survive for the time being. Can't Brunsey get away? Dash in from Tinones. Down goes Aegis. They're in full retreat. Red is falling apart. It's a shutdown onto Grevthar. Huge kill from Root. And what a fight from Loud.
Beautiful from Loud. Ooh, Brunsey gonna barely survive there. Yeah, it looked like Red got so tightly packed there in the jungle that the static Shiv proc actually was able to deal a bunch of damage to everybody. And Robo was able to get his stun off onto 4 members. That's huge for Loud. They'll turn that into the team fight victory and roll that into Baron. Tinones maybe locked out. FME going to rotate, not going to find him at all. The all-seeing Baron here for Loud. They'll take it down uncontested. Really good stuff. Here's that replay for you. The flanks from Robo, the flanks from Tinones are just incredible. Look, they get forced back into this tightly packed area. 4-man stun. Static Shiv comes out. Deletes everybody. Look at that Static Shiv damage procking over onto Frosty as well. Taking him down. He wasn't even close to the little block.
So well played and just great recognition because Loud had Red just packed into such a tight corridor. It makes it so easy to layer those ultimates. And with Robo on the flank, you have someone in perfect position to take advantage of that setup. Of course, Tinodes quickly following up, getting those static shift procs, getting off all of those auto attacks. And Red just disappeared off of Summoner's Rift very quickly. Just well executed, clean fight there from the side of Loud. They get the Baron. Red able to get a bit of a consolation prize. They do pick up their second Drake. They slow down that soul stacking from the side of Loud. But I mean, after that fight, I think Loud does not care about Drake almost any longer. They want to get the Baron. They want to take down towers. They want to take down this game. As Robo now very confident on this Jax.
Yeah, he certainly is here. Robo looking to get over the wall. Not going to be able to get past that turret, so they'll be forced back out. But look what's happening up top side. Tino's taking that turret down with his Baron wave.
Grefthar in on the flank, but Robo and Croc able to keep him at bay. A lot of damage here onto Jax. Leaves Strike away. Does get caught by the Vi ultimate. That is a shutdown there for FNB. But Tinones, meanwhile, on the top side, taking that top lane. Inhib Tower will back away at this point. Maybe not enough vision to be confident to stay on this split push, but it looks like his team is maybe on their way to follow up. And Tinones is actually going to walk down through the base towards the bottom lane, dash out to safety. And well played there from Loud, recognizing that Grefthar was on the flank. Robo does go down, but I think they still played the fight very solid.
Yeah, I think they do just fine there in that particular fight. Minions are going to take this turret, unfortunately for Red. FMB walking right by that wave and letting it fall. But he's trying to stop this Baron wave from crashing into cannons into this turret. So good for him. Really nice pressure from Tinones on both sides of Summoner's Rift. Getting the structures down. A huge Baron power play for Loud.
Yeah, of course you want to protect mid lane as best you can. But I think that's honestly good recognition from FNB and the side of Red that, Baron is what's going to break this game open. That's what's going to end it. And if you lose that tier 2, it just makes that split push that much more threatening. And it means you are more likely to have to send an FNB or a Grevthar to respond to split pushing from Robo and Tinones when this next Baron comes up. So keeping that tier 2 alive makes you better able to respond to Baron in a few minutes when it comes back up. So I think that is, the right sacrifice from FNB and the side of Red here. That is going to be Scuttle taken in this bottom lane. 2 minutes, though, until this next Drake. So the question will be, what can Red get here over these next couple minutes to set up for that Drake? And maybe, what can they get going to play for the Baron that comes up quickly after that?
Yeah, what can they do, right? Gonna take quite a bit at this point. Down 5,000 gold, and a lot of that gold on this AD LeBlanc on Tinones there too, which makes it really difficult. I mean, they're taking a lot of poke damage at the top of fights. If you're Brunson, you have a hard time staying alive in these fights too, because the flanks have worked out so well for Loud. You're getting out positioned, you're getting out team fought. And it's just a really hard time for him. I mean, look at this flank. Robo's going to drop right on your back line. Frosty's gone.
Goodness, Frosty nearly goes down. Flash is forced out. Flank there from Tinones.
Another one
by Frosty. And here comes the rest of Loud. That's the flash stun there onto Brunsey from Robo. The support has arrived from Red. They're actually going to be able to take out the Jax. So it is 4v4 here. Support for top laner traded in Red. Honestly, win that trade for the time being.
Yeah, still really great from Loud. You see the flanks coming through. Robo being behind them in the bush there. And then I think Tinones teleporting onto that ward in the red pit to try and get further behind. It's a lot to just pick Frosty, but they almost got Brunsey too. It was very close. Brunsey had to flash to get out of there. And even then, almost still got him. So a positive trade for Red, but not the biggest loss for Loud. Robo back up in 20. And Red aren't able to get anything out of his death.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, what what you got out of that as Loud is they try to get a pick here onto Aegis. Aegis is going to be able to get out of trouble, but ultimately, if you're Loud there, what you got is that, hey, Red has to reset. They can't be setting up vision around these neutral objectives. We now have priority on the map, even though maybe they won the trade in terms of who died. We have map control, and that continues. Red starting this Drake. Nature's Grass comes through. Forces Red to back away for the time being. Tino's trying to get a bit of a flank going. Ultimate going to get some good damage there from Brunsey. Tino's actually going to be less likely to get into the thick of things in this fight, but a little bit of sustain there from Redbert. Going to keep things going. Third Drake picked up. Soul Point now on for Reds, the Red Cannons here. They'll be able to get away. So, hey, little victory here from Red. They're still in this game.
Yeah, they're in it for the time being. Not down yet. Robo's still looking to get behind him. Yeah, you see him sitting ominously in these bushes, waiting for the right positioning. Red haven't walked into him yet. They're looking to push through this mid lane, make a play for the turret, try to get some pressure going that way.
Ooh, Ultimate is going to lock down Croc. Root going to get a lot of damage up front. Not a huge front line for the side of Red, but they do get the initial kill there. Croc goes down.
Wow.
Huge four-man stun there from Robo, and Grefthar just falling apart. Frosty is dead as Grefthar goes gold. He is going to fall. It's a double kill there for Root. Now they're looking for more, but low health bars here for Tinones. Red still very much alive. It's a 2-for-2 trade here as FNB has to back away, and Red keep themselves in this game.
Loud actually fight through back to their turret through this fight. They pick up the double kill for Root. Really excellent stuff. He's starting to build himself up a little bit as well. It used to just be Tinones that was the damage threat, but now Root coming through and showing he can get it done as well if given the opportunity. And he does get a lot of opportunities. These team fights are a total mess from both sides, everybody fighting in every direction. And then that environment, the Lucian thrives. Look at this one. Robo's on one angle. Tino's far back. Croc on another angle. The culling gets dropped, hits everybody for a little bit of damage. And then Root able to get all the way back into the back line here.
And you could just see Grefthar and Frosty eating so much damage. And the thing about the Lucian here is that there really isn't a great target on the side of Red to try and eat that ultimate. Because it even shreds through FNB, who's the tankiest member on that side. So you don't have that true tank to try and absorb that ultimate buy time for your team. So if anybody's getting hit by the culling, it hurts really bad. So Root has been very effective with the usage of his ultimate, and it's so safe, right? We talk about how short range Lucian is, but when he's getting that kind of value out of his ultimate, he gets to play back a little bit more and set himself up for, you know, a dash in to finish a kill instead of dashing in to try and get the fight going.
Exactly, yeah. So we even see Aegis building almost full tank here on the Vi, and that Lucian is still cutting right through the health bar, and it's very, very solid. Stay tuned for Furia versus VKS. Takui takes on all of Furia by himself on Karma. I'm calling it right now.
Okay.
Yeah, show up for that one.
Masterclass.
Yeah, Pro Delta might come out too. We'll have to see, but it's, that's a good one for sure. Excited for that. Soph will be on for that one later as well.
Yes, and that is
wow.
Croc getting out here. A lot of damage there from the culling. Aegis in trouble, but the shields will get him out of the way. The tidal wave lands short, and now, okay, Aegis has to reset here. 45 seconds on Croc. You've got smite advantage. Do Red go for the Baron here? Recall from Grefthar as well, moving back out of the map. The problem is Tinodes applying pressure. That safety valve they had when they had that tier 2 alive in the bottom lane is gone, as Tinodes is now taking an inhibitor tower. Grefthar does have teleport available, so will be the one responsible for responding to the split push, but the rest of Red has started this Baron. Grefthar staying in the bot side. Aegis has gotten up here. Robo here to respond. 10 seconds left on Croc. Can Loud stall this out? Good initial damage there onto Root. Root dashing over the wall, getting some damage there onto FNB, but it looks like Loud, they've got to cut their losses. That is a huge Baron for the side of Red Cannons.
Tinodes does get that inhibitor in the bottom lane for Red's efforts. He gets to take that reset for himself. Nice little split push there from Tinodes on the AD LeBlanc. Good stuff for them. Now it's the Baron power play for Red. This is their chance to get back into this game. 25 seconds until the dragon spawns. Will there be a fight over the objective, or will Red be content to push?
We're going to have to see. They need to get these waves under control. That bot lane inhibitor falling throws a bit of a wrench into the plans here of the Red Canids. But the one thing they've been able to do consistently over the last 10 to 15 minutes is they've been able to get picks onto Croc. They've been able to take out that smite from the side of Loud. So if they do that, you know, is that enough to set them up for a fight without a neutral objective on the map they're concerned about? We'll keep an eye on it. They are able to get the tier 2 though in mid as Tinodes continues to try and throw out some damage. Red's gonna break open the base here. Croc is on the flank. Grevthar still with teleport available as there comes the culling. Nature's Grass coming through. That's gonna be a lot of damage here as Brunsey trying to get out of trouble. Is gonna get caught by the Twisted Events, and that is the shutdown there for Tinones. Red has to run for the hills. FNB's gonna fall. Another shutdown there for the LeBlanc, and Red get punished for daring to step into Loud's base.
Meanwhile, Robo forces Grevthar back into their base. Teleport out now from Tinones into the bottom lane. It's going to be the 2-lane push. Robo actually also teleporting out here. Bit of a combo push from the solo laners. We'll see the core 3 push down the mid lane. Loud, they're out for blood. They're looking to end the game.
Oh, Aegis on the flank. They've caught out Root and Redbird. Can they get it? It is the shutdown there onto the Lucian, but can they get out? Greftar goes gold, trying to buy sub time. He is able to lock them down, but Tinones knocks out the Lissandra. It is all going wrong here. It's just Aegis and Frosty left to defend the base. A second inhibitor will fall, as well as a Nexus tower. Red go for broke, and Loud is able to respond.
Tinones is massive now, 8-0-4 as the pass is procced. And holy cow, they'll take down another inhibitor. Both teams with 3 dragons now, as one of the longer games we've seen so far this split breaks out between Red and Loud. It's really still anyone's game. Loud are dealing some serious damage to Red's base, but it would just be one team fight, I would say, for both of these teams. You got to get wave pushing if you're Red, if you want to be able to close the game out off one fight. But, I mean, the death timers are seriously long now, Yeso.
By the way, that is a full build, bootsless LeBlanc. Trinity Force on board, 41 minutes in, 8:04. Tinones is an absolute menace at this point, electing to drop the boot to get the Trinity Force here. So good luck, Red. Look, this game is close, right? 4,000 gold doesn't mean nearly as much 42 minutes in as it does 22 minutes in, but Loud is still very much in control of this game. 2.5 minutes till Baron, 2.5 minutes till the Drake as well. But Loud may look to end it before those objectives even come up. There's the trap line there from Brunsey trying to protect this mid lane.
Yeah, nice line from there. Nice little setup. They'll defend the base. No objectives up for the next little bit. 2 minutes till the next dragon. So things will slow down. In that time, I want to talk about engage tools. You got Grevthar coming in with the ultimate with the claw. Aegis coming in with the big QR combo there too. FMB hasn't been much of an hasn't had much of an effect on this game, but he can deal a lot of damage if he's able to get onto the back line. So be looking out for that. But on the flip side, Nature's Grasp, the ultimate coming out of Maokai, and then big dashes, big mobility from all of the carries of Loud.
Man, who do you have to focus though? Is it Tinones? Like, it feels whoever you pick to unload, you know, the ultimate from Aegis, the ultimate from Grevthar, right? Okay, you pick Tinones. There's still Robo and Root to deal with. Okay, you pick Root. Solo laners are a problem. Like, are there just too many huge threats in these fights for Red to get through it? Like, they almost have to fight perfectly as Aegis just gets deleted in the top side. Croc gonna take some damage, but I don't think he much cares. Grevthar gonna lock him down for the moment, does bring out the ultimate. Croc is going to fall, so it's a 1-for-1 trade. Can Grevthar get away? Yes, he will. Robo gonna start spinning to win there as Tinones dashes over the wall. Red is able to get one in turn. Both junglers down here, but man, is it a problem to deal with this Fed Loud lineup.
No, it really is. With no junglers on the table, there'll be no objectives taken. Loud may back up onto this dragon in 30 seconds here and look to take that. Aegis will be up by that point, though, so could look for it. I think if I'm Loud, I set up the death bush here.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm Red, though, I don't respond to this
Look at
Drake.
that damage. Holy cow. Tino's just laying it down from the fog of war.
They're going to get flanked by Robo here, though. Teleport in from Grevthar, and it looks like Red maybe just wants to get the push going in mid. Aegis on his way from base. Croc now doing the same as he has just respawned. Loud trying to maintain a presence, posturing around this bot side river as Brunsey takes a lot of damage there. Teleport in from FNB, recalled to buy. He's got a BF sword in his back pocket, and that's the ultimate forced out from Grevthar. I don't know if that was a misclick or what that was. The Drake is going to go down, so that is Mountain Soul for the side of red, but I don't know that it's going to matter. Flash over the wall there from Brunsey to try and get to safety. Grevthar doesn't have his ultimate. Zonges is available, but can he get it in time? Claw comes through, but down goes Brunsey, and here comes the rest of Loud. FNB trying to buy some time, getting that sustained, but it's not nearly enough. His root takes him out, and it looks like Loud are looking to put their finishing touches on a 5th straight win.
Loud finally closing it out here with the late game team fight. It was the Dragon Soul for red, but not enough. Loud close out another one. Red make a good argument, though. I think that's a solid game for red. One of their closer games, one of their better executed games, but just not quite enough there at the end.
Yes, Loud moves to 6-1, maintains sole possession of first place here in the CBLOL through 7 rounds, and they keep that win streak alive. And I'm with you, Axeman. I think similar to what we've seen earlier on today, very similar to Fluxu, right? This is a game where in this matchup, most people are picking your opponent to win. They think they have the significant advantage. But I think in the same way, Red came in, showed a lot of positives. The one thing I'll say, Brunsey was much less of a factor than I would have hoped he would have been. It was very much the solo lanes. Grevthar, I think, looked really good, was doing a good job getting in on flanks, was setting up a lot of these fights alongside Aegis. I need Brunsey to be more of a factor, especially on a pick like Caitlyn with that kind of range advantage into Illusion. You need to have your mark on this game more. But regardless, a lot of positives from Red here, a lot of things they can build on. This one's going to sting, though, because I think they're going to walk away feeling like they could have won this game.
100% a winnable game from. Tough one to lose. They dropped down to 3-4. Unfortunately, Loud go up to 6-1.
Yep, it's going to be a tough one there to swallow for the side of Red, but we'll see if they can build on it later. Your MVP selection in this game. I have an inkling who it's going to be, but I'm curious what you're thinking.
Oh, man. For me, Gosh, I think it's 10 ounce, right? I mean, it's got to be 10 ounce. I was thinking, like, maybe we could give it to Root, but yeah, it's 100% 10 ounce. The 80 block, once again, dominant this week, just like it was last week. Guy finds the ways to make, put so much damage down from this champion.
Yeah, I mean, hey, I think you can certainly make arguments for Root. I think it was very, very good on the Lucian. Robo was a menace on the Jax. A lot of key stuns and flanks in these fights, but Tinones was just a problem from the start of this game. Really was that big damage threat in so many fights and played it so well. So well done from Tinones and the rest of Loudy. You could see Tinones getting interviewed by the Portuguese broadcast over there. So well done from him and the rest of his squad. Who is up next, Axeman? Who's on the docket here to close out the day? As Soph will join you here in a little bit.
Yeah, we got VKS and Furia coming up next. That should be a good one too.
Yeah, BKS and Furia. And then, of course, ending out the day, it will be INTZ and Kaboom. So a couple of very fascinating games coming up after this break. That is going to be it for me, though. Thanks so much for being here with me, Axeman. It was a pleasure as always, my friend.
Yeah, definitely. Love casting with you and look forward to the next time.
Good to be back, my friend. That is going to do it for me. We're going to head to a quick break, but when we come back, Soph slides in alongside my good friend Axeman here. They'll be bringing you all of the action for our last 2 games here in round 7 of the CBLOL Split 1 in 2024. We will be back in just a few.
Carnaval! Welcome into the Carnival Saturday, as we call it in Brazil. Welcome into the second half of CBLOL English. I'm Soph Jen, so I'm substituting here for Yeso, but X-Men is still here with me. Exciting times, how are you doing?
Hey, what's up, everybody? And I'm hoping the makeup will distract everyone from the fact that I've changed shirts like 3 times this broadcast. I'm doing all 5 games. Y'all are just gonna have to bear with me, okay? It's gonna get worse as we go.
You're the goat. You're the goat.
But
Having
we
5
got
games is
Soph
not for
here.
everyone.
Yeah, we got Soph here now. She's got. Oh, it is pretty. Oh, I like it. That's nice. Okay.
Aw, thank you.
She's here. She's bringing much needed energy to the broadcast, and hopefully we'll move things forward. But also bringing energy to the broadcast is this matchup: VKS
Oh,
and
yeah.
Furia. Holy cow! What a couple of teams we have for you.
Yeah, because we have been doing plenty of these back-to-back, like Loud, Red, now Furia, VKS. We're talking about teams that are in that top 6, top of the standings. And one thing that I wanted to point out from this match in particular is that for Furia, now on 3-3, and VKS on 4-2, Furia actually played already against the toppest of the table. So they've lost against Loud and Pain, and those are the only losses that Furia has. So that makes a big difference because VKS still hasn't played against Loud, still hasn't played against Pain. So these stats are gonna start to shake a little bit later. So it's important to see how they are going to fare against each other. And speaking of how we think they will fare against each other, let's bring that prediction on. I think that's something spicy on it.
Oh no.
What do you see? Tell me what you see.
There's a lot of purple star warriors, and one little black cat there fighting for his life. And yeah, that's me. I'm doing my best. I think I'm
glad.
I'm last in predictions, so this isn't like a
Wait, you are? Oh,
yeah,
no.
I super duper am. I think after that last game, I might be up a little bit on Rose, maybe? Nope, I'm just at the bottom. Ooh,
Okay.
hey, I passed Hawk. Let's go. All right. Nice.
There we go. All right, we have the changings in the standings for predictions in our CBLOL English roster. We had consecutive ties on first place, but don't ever forget that Twitch that you minus infinite. You're always infinite in my heart. And if we talk about that top chart, we have been like constantly tied in first place, but now 4x4 has conquered the first place alone by himself, having Rudude, myself, and Trajan in second. For now, so says our menacing producer, Rose, and Solari on 20 points, 5th place, Yeso and X-Men going down from 19, 18, Rose and 16 on Hawk.
Really good stuff from everybody on the broadcast team. Not too much variation. I mean, I got 18 points and what? 4x4 is 22? That's not bad. That's only 4 points. I can make that up.
True.
I can make that up tomorrow. I got this.
Well, yes, because here's the thing, chat. We have this cast a curse that if we vote unanimously for the same team on CBLOL English, the other team wins. So because X-Men has voted for Furia instead of VKS, we are saved from the curse, so the tales say. And because of that, you're right, today is not going to be Furia Day, but you still have a chance tomorrow to get those standings back up.
Yeah, I think Furry can do it. I really want to see some specific things from VKS though. I want to see the return to Karma for them. It was left up against them in a game last week, and Takui took it down, and it was very, very strong for them as well. It's nerfed on 14.3, but it's going to be strong in the CBLOL for at least another couple of weeks before that patch drops. And I think VKS can use that. On the flip side, if you're looking down in the bot lane, Zai's got to get that pike. You got to get the pike. It's huge for him, and I think you could totally pull a game off of VKS if you get Zai on that pike.
Yeah, and I love the highlight you mentioned there, given what we were looking at in the studio with Legolas, with Luffy. Gosh, that pike with the Senna just really performed out of their minds. They were so good. We'll see what's going to be the draft in this case. But you mentioned some things in regards to VKS too. That Karma in the mid lane for Tutuku. That's how we call him affectionately in Brazil, Tutuku. It worked out incredibly well, but there's still a 100% win rate on his Azir, which is something. So is it going to go through because Karma is strong? Do they back up themselves, Furia, on another thing in the mid lane, like the Oriana, trying to counter that as well? And Furia themselves have played quite a lot of Azir, so maybe it's going to be just completely out or completely in.
Could be here as we get into the draft. Looks like it's already underway. That Pike will get banned away from Furia. Bring that up for you here. You can see it a little bit better. Yeah, that Pike banned out. Look at this. This is interesting. VCAS will
Yeah.
also ban away the Karma, so no Karma for them either.
It makes sense. So because we had a little bit of a skip on getting into the draft here, it was Cassante, Pike, and then the Azir. Once the Azir is out of the table, VKS takes out Karma, and with Karma out, they take out Rihanna, also very strong for the Queen, also very strong for Boots. But because
Ooh.
Hippos is strong as a meta pick, who would have thought? And Neela just straight out negating that Zai IU bot lane combo. But because there was some opening, there's still the Senna possibility, usually doing as fasting Senna. Are you okay there, buddy?
I got really happy little cheek pads here. So one of two things about to happen. Either IU is about to lock ordinary AD carry, which is so much fun. I love IU and Zai.
Very exciting.
My favorite bot lane ever. Or IU's gonna lock Belveth AD carry, which is gonna be even better. It's so cool. But whatever it is, it's gonna be awesome. Blue side first pick Senna for Furia is so cool. It's so cool. If they can't get Pike, I hope they get this every single time.
Yeah, for sure. I think it makes so much sense nowadays. There's so much of a different sort of out of the classic ways. Now the Ash being the support there for VKS Smiley, doing so good in poking, controlling, and one thing that she has been utilizing super well is how the support items really enable her to have that ulti all the time. It's out of cooldown. You fire the crystal arrow every single time. And now Furia, we see Destroy getting that Udyr has been present, but on all regions in the world, Udyr has been a little bit of hit and miss. Sometimes it really just goes incredibly well. Sometimes it just doesn't connect with the rest of the squad. Now Toots is going to get their Syndra, and the final hit was the Rel. Huh. Okay. That's going to be jungle for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, 100% for Jasamis, right? You say Jasamis a lot better than say Jasamis. That's something I like about our cast together. Poppy going to get banned away here. Yeah, I know how it's pronounced, Rose. I can't say it. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
It's okay. It's all right. Everything is totally okay. Furia lock in their two solo laners. That's because they know they could put like half a dozen champions down bot lane with Senna. They're not going to get banned out, right? So they're going to be totally fine. Really just looking for a jungler. VKS, meanwhile, have to ban out the entire jungle pool to actually do any damage. That's why you see both solo laners locked in here. Cinder for Tuts. Destroy on Udyr. It's not a counter pick this time. This is an interesting position. Haven't seen too many blue side Udyrs actually. But what will VKS pick for their solo lanes? Is my question.
Yeah, and I want to piggyback on that. It's been so much more present as a red pick, right? The Udyr. But now with the changes in the map, we'll see what's going to be the performance on Udyr on blue side, considering how you can path into proxy, into getting control and vision to the enemy jungle. But VKS picks their fourth, and R4 is going to be the Nico for Tukui against the Syndra. I think that's a good matchup. I think they're not going to be incredibly aggressive. It's going to be much more focused on controlling the wave and seeing what's going to be the pathways for the jungle. Now, speaking of, there's Maokai. To be fair, could be going with Senna. I don't think that would be a bad choice. But I would bet my money that is a jungle. Wait, what? Is it not? Wait, what?
This would have to be Gnar top, Udyr jungle, Maokai support.
There you go, okay.
Or IU Udyr? Could be one of those.
Carry coming through here from our producer. I think your first bet, X-Men, is where my money's at. The Gnar top, Udyr jungle, and Maokai support. I like it. I think it's interesting from Furia. It's such a great choice for them to go B5 as the Na because you've already taken Cassante out, Olaf is out, so you can be safer against whatever's going to be the enemy top laner. Either it's a bruiser or more of a brawler. You have the Aatrox, so much engage that can be done from the side of VKS. The Na can utilize the kit to avoid and try to work around it. So I think both compositions have great strengths. On the side of VKS, we have to highlight the early pressure on the Kalista always, and what is going to be the pathing for this Amis on this rel is going to dictate what's the priority in regards to Drake,
Yeah.
in regards to
Holy
Void
cow. Oh my gosh. I use on Udyr. Oh, what?
Wait, what? It is. Wait,
Yeah.
what? Rose was right. No. Wait, were they? I forgot what they said now.
No one was right. This is all Furia.
This is all, yeah. This is all Maestro. And
wow.
he's definitely conducting this orchestra in
He
a way,
does it again.
surprising way. Yes.
This is incredible.
Well, okay, let's try to be objective about it. So I give us some perspective on VKS, but now that we have confirmed the lineup for Furia, tell me, what are you cooking there?
What they're cooking here? This is the victory. This is easy dub territory. Yeah. No, it's gonna be so simple. That double marksman bot lane is gonna get eaten alive by this Udyr. He's gonna run him down level 1. It's not gonna be close. Late game, they're gonna have a terrible time dodging the single target damage from the Syndra and the dive from the Gnar and the Maokai. I think this is an excellent draft from Furia, and I think if anybody can make it work, it's them.
Oh my word! Into Summoners for our 4th game of the pause. Never mind. We're not going into game. We over. Back to desk we go. Technical pause immediately out of the get-go. Oh, look at that keyboard though. Ooh, who was that? I love the matte pink. You got a custom build. Okay, stylish.
Very cool. Yeah, you love the custom keybs out there. Really cool stuff. But pause going in. It looked like so we saw like a freeze frame of the entire rift, and it was all yellow. And I I know that's probably not the issue, but I love to imagine the issue is just like none of the colors loaded, so everything was yellow. And they're like, well,
like a sepia.
we could play this out, but maybe not. And we'll just restart it, see what happens.
Oh, that's so funny. I love that. I love that. Oh, good. Okay, so we were thinking. Okay, you mentioned how Furia has the easy dub. Udyr's gonna run it down on the ADCs. We have as well. So who is it? Maokai jungle, right?
Yeah, Maokai
Gnar
jungle and Gnar top. Yeah.
So how does the Gnar go against the Aatrox, do you think?
In the Aatrox, I think you just kind of play safe. I think you play safe, play from range. I don't think you have to have really anything happen up top. We've seen pretty ineffective Aatroxes so far. The thing about the Aatrox you want to keep in mind for this split is that Aatrox is building like full lethality. So you're super dangerous in terms of like kill threat. When you look at things like Mini Gnar, some of these smaller top laners, but yeah, I mean, as soon as he goes mega, there's not too much of an issue dealing with the Aatrox damage. Both of these top laners are really just kind of looking to scale. The Aatrox wants to get on the back line and delete some carries, but the Gnar wants to make it to the late game so that he can get those stats up there too. So things are going to be pretty slow up in the top lane.
And you're totally right there on the stats for Aatrox. I just went in to get a specific number. It's on 36% win rate at the moment. 11 matches, 4 wins, 7 losses. So not performing as great as so who got it? VKS, as VKS would have wanted, but at the same time we know that they can perform really well. I think getting the Gnar was a nice choice from Furia because it's not just the pick that Furia has gotten before, but it's also some that VKS has gotten. So denying that, especially on a B5, works so good for them. Cassante has constantly been played by both teams. So because it was already out, it gets them in a very comfortable space. And having that mind game on the Udyr, on the Maokai, everything that we thought we knew about League of Legends just getting absolutely put to, put to the ground is a good strategy. I'll give them that. I'll see how it's going to go on the Rift, but in draft, I think it's very intriguing.
Yeah, no, it always is from Furia. We love what Maestro's cooking up, and what IU and Zai are, more than willing to play. I think I'm most excited about this bottom lane because, not just because it's always so different. I mean, we love seeing IU on Mila. The Ornn 80 carry last week was so cool. I played Ornn 80 carry in ranked all week this week, and it's so much fun. I love playing it. I went like 9-0 on a couple of games. It was awesome. Yeah, you just kind of shred through 80 carries. They can't do anything about it, but I imagine that's exactly what you're going to do with Udyr too. I mean, Phoenix stance is so busted right now. Once you get up to level 4 and have all 4 abilities, you're able to rotate through and cycle through them. It gives you so many resources in the early game that most bot lane champions just can't even dream of, right? I mean, getting a shield into big AoE AP magic damage, getting the stun with the speed boost, all this stuff are things that champions just don't have in the bot lane and don't really have a way to deal with either, right? It's also a great gank too. Like if you're trying to gank this lane, it's awesome because there's so much utility built in, so much damage just built in inherently.
Let's go. Diving into Summoner's Rift. Both teams on 5 stacks. None of them leaving any wards at the moment. No, scratch that. There was a VKS ward on the Pixel Bush. That's going to be spotting most of VKS now.
They're on the wrong side, by the way. They have fully rotated around each other. So
yeah, wait. That's why I was so confused. I knew something was wrong. Oh no, Zai getting cut off because VKS being on the wrong side of the map actually made out the first blood to be the most effective I've seen in these past weekends. And that's one thing that I was going to mention, Axeman. Smiley with Predelta on the both marksmen, they could really fast take that first blood, and they did.
Yeah, they really did. That is the caveat, right? Is these two ranged marksmen can lay down a lot of damage from range. So for your IU and Zai bot lane, they got to pick their moment correctly and all in, and it has to work, right? It's got to operate a kind of like a kill lane almost. You're not going to get positive trades. You just have to kill one of them, and that's how this has to operate a little bit here. But I like this skin. The Phoenix form is blue on it. I think it's pretty fun.
Yeah, it gets me kind of confused, but it's beautiful, I will say. And as you said as well, you can get a positive if you get a kill. I do think it gets more positive than that. But now Zai really making so much pressure. And sure that Furia can have some space for IU to farm so far. Getting bullied as you would expect. So VKS gets the first level 2, also controlling out how the wave goes and getting most of the farm for themselves. It's all things considered, I think Zai is playing really well.
No, he's playing excellently. I want to comment briefly. I don't know how this Udyr pick is going to function. I'm guessing. I'm kind of betting that most of you don't know either. But this is uncharted waters.
Oh, it is. Desamis going in for that quick one. That's the flash and the knockup onto Zai. Enough damage from the tower will be enough for 1-for-1. But still, VKS getting the upper hand on that proactiveness in Axeman. Excuse me, I was causing me hug the other day. I think VKS knew they had to shut down IU. The Udyr can't do anything.
Yeah, you definitely got to. That Phoenix stance already shredding through these waves. What?
Excuse me? Wow.
Execute.
It was solely Smiley getting the aggro. What? They were tanking straight away, although you would expect Smiley to be the ADC, but because it's an execute, there's no shutdown, there's no gold, extra gold given there for Furia, and VKS gets the kill. The most interesting.
That's all 3 kills for Smiley too. Smiley's gonna take the reset here And yeah, full buy boots. He comes back in with the longbow as well. A
Oof.
little unwinnable,
Yeah,
must say,
yeah.
after talking up the lane so much. Yeah, that's a tough one. It's still a good gank. I think Mir can get down here and get some stuff done. They just have to lock up the Callista and delete that Callista for the shutdown gold. But yeah, that's not like a lane you can be in anymore if you're the Udyr.
Definitely not. And we know, of course, that having more movement speed, you have faster auto attacks there for Smiley and hopping around. So, as you say, the killers that can kite out the Udyr at this point, especially with no boots, waiting for VKS to push enough for them to have a breach for Mia to come around and gank. But this is not the case. They're deciding, actually, as I would say, they would freeze. No, they're actually pushing out here VKS because this Amiz is around and they could take out this Drake just on spawn.
Yeah, if you're. Oh, okay. Could be the gank here.
Oh, they're
Zimmy's is
going
back.
in. IU is so
Mir can
bold.
counter.
They didn't have vision on this Amiz, but now they're going to be a little sneaky. Try to get into a position to maybe bait out because Mir is close by. Is it enough? They're just positioning themselves now. Some poke coming out from Pro Delta. Should they want to go in? Smiley posturing aggressively. Now have been spotted there by the potato on Mir, and I don't think they're going to engage now.
Sorry, I'm just
Sorry,
yawning.
Giga.
Long day. You
Oh,
destroyed
you're
laying down the
fine.
auto attacks on Guiga.
You deserve this moment. It's totally
Yeah.
fine. Oh, Destroy, trying
He's
to get
got
that
ult.
cancel over the Q.
Nice.
It's
Good.
dealing so much damage already. Well done there by Destroy. Getting ahead on CS2. Now both junglers meeting here in the river. Scuttle Crab was taken by VKS. Now looking at them, Smiley gets some damage with Predelta, but not really going for a full-on engage yet. Well, now this means has started the Drake themselves. There is a ward, but they pushed it out from Fog of War, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I think it would have denied the vision. Yes, there we go. Thank you. I love when my Brazilian observers just really read my mind. It's amazing.
Yeah, it's nice when everybody's on the same wavelength. Mir's in. It's got Pro Delta.
Oh, they want to go in, but they're taking very much damage. VKS now going into Queel in the mid lane too. It's taking so much, but now it's going to be a trade back. I think they missed that one. Unleash power, very close. Maybe another auto. There's no potions, and a flash is forced from to Queel, and Toot survives, but this is still there, not even seen. Hackstack flashes over the wall, doesn't want to engage, but now because of so much pressure, Furia has priority and might take the first Drake uncontested.
Oh, it's so close. So both teams trading blows back and forth. Hawkshot going to find them out at the Dragon. Pro Delta going to roam over, lay down some pokes. Smiley's here too. 3-1-0 on the Callista. They just want the kills.
Well, they were trying to at least stall because the Amiz was arriving, but now
Wow!
and that's a dead AD carry. There's no place for the Ashe to go. There was no flash, but now Smiley's kiting him forward. That's what you want to be seen from a fat Callista. He's straight into a Clans, forces out the flash from Mir, and now the chase gets cancelled. But that was a turnaround and a half for VKS. Still, Fudia guaranteed the first Drake.
Really is. Pro Delta goes down. That kill is given over to Mir. Fortunately, it's traded. Here's a replay of this play just moments ago. Pro Delta and Smiley looking to poke Ayu and Zai on the way down. Pro Delta's going to get caught out here. Jasami's over the wall. And Ayu is just speared and ripped through, shredded through like that. I think if you want to play for a pick, you want to try and pick Smiley as best you can to get that shutdown gold, but just not able to get on the Callista. Callista's a little bit too mobile. Still has flash up, by the way, so.
Oh yeah, and now getting to 4-1-0, 67 CS, and 400 gold bounty on Smiley. And you're totally right. You can take down Pro Delta. They try to go in. IU really melted down whoever they found first. But it was Pro Delta, it wasn't Smiley. So Smiley was just stacking out those spears, as you said. Now looking to get an engage. Now VKS controlling the wave. Because there's no objectives on this side of the map. Both junglers should be pathing for Void Grubs.
I know I'm pathing for Void Grubs. Can't get enough of those Void Grubs, in my opinion.
They are silly and ugly, but beautiful.
The sideways mouths. it's a little too much for me, but Mir's in on him now. See if he can get a couple of these ones down. I don't know if you've been watching, Soph, but we've seen some rel jungles do some real cool stuff with these grubs. Take all three of them at once. It's been
Oh,
very
I saw. I
interesting.
was watching you both.
Yeah, it's cool,
Oh,
right?
yeah, it is. I'm looking at this mid lane too. I thought Mia was gonna go full in on it. There's not much reason to go bot lane because the Samis is around, but at least was an attempt, I would say. Wait, was that a cleanse? I saw something that really looks like a cleanse. Never mind. Mir positioning here for the bottom side. There's no vision. There's no vision. Goes in with the nature's grasp. Now it's on to Smiley. That's the best place you can be. Trying to kite it out, but Smiley can't do anything. Now Predelta, that was still in the ulti from Smiley, is gonna get caught out, even though they were thrown back onto the tower. This means can't do anything, and 2 kills on the Senna, getting them to 3, 2, and 1.
Beautiful play here from Furry. Exactly how this should play out. You catch out the AD carry, and you put him in the ground, Soph. That's just how it goes. Here's a replay for you once again. Yeah, if you're the Udyr, you can get shredded by the Kalista, right? You can. It can happen. But all you really have to do is stun her, and that's your whole job. If you can get that done, the lane can do the rest. Kill goes down to Zai. They pick up the second one on Pro Delta here, too. Massive for this Senna. Really good for the scaling. And I would say Furry are back in it in terms of this bottom lane. You can see the gold differential between those two players down there. It essentially cancels out, so.
It does. And one thing that happened as well, X-Men, was that the Samis tried to rotate to bottom to help out the bot lane. But because that's what they did, they spent time and resources not going into their own jungle, clearing it out and having a clear path for the void grubs. Now with Drake spawning in 1 minute already, can you get this rotation doubling down? But still, because of where we look at Mir, they are wanting to go for Drake instead. They already have one on the side of Furia. No vision for VKS, as they could be taking this bot lane down once again. It would be very, very huge. Zai looking for the snare. Doesn't land. Per Delta doesn't get that recall cancelled. Smiley does get a reset.
Keep in mind, the way the bot lane operates with Senna is that you don't need quite as much gold. The reason the Udyr is farming is that so Senna can get souls. And the reason you get gold in League of Legends, Soph, is that you can buy items that give you stats. Well, the souls just give you the stats, right? They kind of bypass the whole economy part of it and just get you straight to the stats. So really the gold isn't telling the story here, this bot lane.
It's true. Now VKS gets the Samis over the wall, deep into the river. There's some pressure from them, clearing out the wards. But there's still one little vision that they decide not to take down that is enabling that open breach in the top side of this bottom river. Now Predelta and Smiley was slowed. Going here to help the Samis. Toots could get something going. It could be a cheese for Furia. But no, Mia decides to reset, give this one away, close out on the next item, and just potentially fight for grubs next.
Yeah, not a bad trade here. VKS are going to move down the bot lane.
Oh, immune,
Wow.
and cancels out that crystal arrow. It was a good attempt from VKS, but also nicely played there by the bot lane. Furia ahead, but Prodelta and Smiley can only take that little plating, if I'm not mistaken. I think they did collect it, and I think that's just enough for the moment.
Yeah, they get a little bit going here. Tuts is dealing with an issue in the mid lane.
Oh, and the flash forwards over the wall. The Samis tries to get a knockup, but Toots was so reactive. Gets the flash away, survives, even deals damage back on the Samis. So none of those engaged really connecting for VKS at the moment. There's a snare that goes amiss. Now Smiley trying to stack those spears. Decide to step away because things can get dicey if you get engaged by RU. And Mia is just right there.
Getting in here. He's got the ultimate Nature's Grasp. Delta already on reset. Just Smiley out here. They could potentially dive the Kalista, but it's a tough dive. And they'll likely just back off for the time being. This remains a great gank for Mir. He hasn't been bought too many times, though. Kind of content to just perma-clear and out-clear the Rel. I think that's fine with me. I don't think they're hurting themselves too bad either direction. One of those games where it's zero grubs going down. So
Yeah, I was gonna say. Just wanted to make sure with you. So yeah, zero grubs, Harold on the board. 14 minutes means no platings either. So if we have a look overall, neither of the teams collected that many platings, just two or three tops on each side. There's a TP coming from VKS here in the mid lane, trying to get a setup around the pit. Harold was started by Mir, and Destroy is just around if necessary. Another TP is going to come from Gigu. He now has the completed item and boots to contest this fight. Now they're going in through the left side of the river. Big pressure, but Furia is still getting damage onto the Herald. Ayu, Toots, Zai, they have arrived, and it's suddenly a 5v5. How is this going to be played out? 50% on the Herald. Pay attention to how Toots is just isolating Tuquil on the side of the river, and you can't even have your mid laner to back you up. VKS now cornered in the pit. There's the Nature's Grasp. So much damage goes onto this Amis. There's still a possibility to take it down, and this might connect. That's very close for VKS to win this fight. There's another damage that almost connects for Toots, and Tuquil doesn't go down by Unleash Power. Flash back from Ayu and Zai, and they escape. And suddenly this became a victory for VKS in the fight. Are they still wanting to go ahead though? Furia has destroying the angle. Could they want to do it? Smiley actually goes in very aggressive onto the Furia top laner, but now they finally finish out that chase.
Destroy gonna transform into Mega Nara here. Well done in that sequence. So, a lot of action up in the top side in the river. Rift Herald eventually going down, picked up by Pro Delta. And take that one into something here. They might even drop it up topside for this one turret.
I'd say so.
Yeah, between the two marksmen, they can get it done themselves. So lots of damage coming out of this bot lane. Maybe looking for a second one. Might just rotate back into mid, use it later. But take a look at this replay real quick. You mentioned Todd zoning Tukui out of the river, and he did a spectacular job in that particular endeavor. IU tries to step up, tries to get some damage down. Mir and Destroy combo to get some damage on the back line. But Mir gets killed. IU loses a bunch of health. They have to flash out and run away. And it's a big team fight victory for VKS over the Rift Herald.
That guarantees as well, of course, because the fight being on the top side with Harold, so much vision and having more numbers, they tier one, that now is getting them around 1,500 gold ahead. Now Mir smites out this Scuttle in the bottom river with 35 seconds left to go for the next Drake. This one would be the second for either teams. And Zai is starting to deal damage. 3, 2, and 1 have completed. Is that third item completed as well? Yeah, the support item is also completed.
Good stuff. Item completed for him. And yeah, he's got the glaive in there too for some vision sweeping. Trying to compare this to what I normally build on Ornn. As if that's relevant. Yeah, I use just like building. He's gonna build whatever, right? But
yeah, VKS decide to go for the Harold pop in the mid lane.
Here we go.
To get as much pressure. Nobody actually drives. There's going to be a regular pay onto the mid lane, going down to 40% HP. But VKS has so much presence in the river. Now Furia trying to find an angle. Gigo has a front line and Tuquil is in the flank. They could get it. Disami's get a knock-up. And now look at that Pop Blossom. That is huge from Tuquil. Not enough damage to finish them though. And they end up going down. But so far, I think it's a 2-for-2. Now getting VKS ahead on a 3-for-1 that VKS come out on top with. Now taking tier 1 and most likely that second drink of the game.
Really nice for them there to break open the map and drop back over onto this dragon. Take a look at the replay here. Big Pop Blossom. 3-member there. Destroy's just going to barely dodge that. No arrow available for Pro Delta, but they don't need it. Take down the members of Furia with the CC they have left over. And yeah, no contest. Looks like Furia are starting to slip up a little bit.
To be fair, it was just very well navigated by VKS, right, Axeman? It was a fight that they had full presence in the river, 5 stack. They decided to split out, Tuquil going out through the back, Desamis going through the front, getting flanks when they thought it was going to be a 5v5 straight away was very, very nicely chosen by VKS.
Certainly, looking now to see what exactly Furia can do in terms of a comeback. I'm still thinking Senna, the scaling thing is an option. But at this point, I think the Udyr is just locked out. I don't think the Udyr has enough gold to really make any kind of a difference. I mean, it's a small Udyr, right? It's a support Udyr. So what can you really do?
Yeah, at one point you could melt down the ADCs there, Smiley, Predelta, but now you really can't connect those. Predelta has much more protection and much more damage as well with that glaive. Has the cooldown reduction boots helping massively for those ultis to get people around the map. Now Gigo could go for destroy. Oh, that's just satisfying dodge. Gigo decides to go in, now dealing so much damage because they avoided that Q. There's the world ender. Oh, a knock on
Nice
the
ult.
wall, and they managed to escape, but it's still 3v1 and they flash out, but it's not going to be enough. You are outnumbered. And VKS again winning the team fight.
Yeah, they find out another nice pick there on to destroy. And maybe another fight here in the mid lane. We'll see. Thomas is walking up. Smiley already laying down the auto attacks.
Excuse me. Oh, it's the TP on the back line. I was finding it very weird that Smiley was so aggressive. But Tuquil gets in. That's the stun. No, not the stun. Gets the slowed. Can't really connect yet. That is Amiz over the wall. Goes on to Mir. That has to flash away. And now they find themselves in a place where it's only the Pop Blossom that could save them. But Tuquil gets obliterated by Toots. Now VKS has to beat in return. They're trying to escape, and they manage to do so. But Furia comes out on top.
One of the first wins that Furia picked up in quite a while now. Taking down Tukui is pretty big for them. And they'll get that one down. I think that kill goes down onto Syndra.
Yes.
Doesn't. Yeah, so Tubbs picks up that one. Some of the single target damage that we were talking about earlier finally coming to fruition for them. If they have to pick somebody, though, I'd really like them to try and pick Smiley with some of those abilities, with some of that single target damage that I know this team can lay down. We've seen Destroy have to use ultimate down bot side to try and save himself. We've seen Tuts use ultimate onto Kui. I'd like to see those resources dropped onto Smiley.
Oh yeah, me too, because there's not much that they can do to protect on a single target, especially point click like Syndra. If you take down onto Smiley, you don't have a healer, your support is just going to be an enabler, an engager, and not going to protect you at all. The rest of the team can only do frontline. They can't really get any control over how you escape. They can try to mitigate it, but sometimes it's just not enough, especially when Unleashed Power gets an execute potential. Now, getting into 22 minutes in the game, 1.5 minutes for that Drake to spawn next. And because we saw a game without any Void Grubs, there's not much of a siege happening on either side.
No, not too much. Both teams suffering from a lack of pushing power there. But yeah, especially in the mid lane. You think some of those turrets would be down by now, but they just aren't. Baron up on Summoner's Rift just 2 minutes ago. 1 minute down to the next Dragons. Both teams looking to start positioning for these neutral objectives. You see the red vision is pretty dominant on your mini map there as they toggle the fog of war. It's a little one-sided.
Oh yeah, it really is. And on all sides of the map, there we say, it's interesting how that gets to happen. It means so much of a control from a team because has that place in the match right now. 6 against 9 kills, but 41,000 gold against 37. So that would be 4,000 that they are ahead, accumulating especially onto Smiley, especially onto Gigo. And they might get into a fight. 15 seconds to go. The arrow goes a miss, and there's a knockback with the scatter of the week on the Tuquil. They don't have flash to escape, and now they are exposed. Tries to go in. Does Amiz get a knock up, and finally Smiley could get get the final blows. Mir trying to escape. Prodelta can't really connect at this point, trying to have enough damage, but they're not in range yet. Gigo, though, goes into the backline, and there is the Maokai gone. Gna could try to do something, but I don't think they have the plays, and that's the flash forward with the second Q. Could connect the third one. Gigo almost takes them down. Toots is
Oh, Smiley!
but that's the
Yeah!
one thing you mentioned, X-Men. The absolute unleashed power onto Smiley can take down ADCs, and he so has. And this fight completes into a 3-for-2 on top for VKS.
He had so many balls on the field because of the sprawling team fight that the ultimate did almost 2,000 damage directly to Smiley's face. That's incredible from Tuts. Really well done. You can see he held on to that ultimate throughout the course of this fight with diamond hands, even when they had locked up to Kui, even when they were on the run, even when he knew he was caught out, he held on to it until he saw that Callista, and exactly the correct moment, hits that target. He gets the shutdown. He goes down for it, but vamos so.
Mistaken, and Furia is trying to escape. 4v2 for VKS as the rest of Furia gets to arrive, but Destroy gets destroyed immediately. Now VKS gets to do damage, but they're taking damage instead. Gigo has to fall back. Scatter of the Week almost hits them, and this Amiz is not being much of a front line now. Smiley arrives with Ash, and Prodelta could have enough to get them along. There goes the flash forward, going forward, and
My
taking
Tuts!
them
Yeah!
almost, but Toots again gets the shutdown, and now VKS completes it with a double kill for Smiley, and the fight finishes as 2-for-2, and everything on the back of Toots.
All we have to do to stay in the game is kill somebody with this ultimate. Eventually, we'll get there, but it's gonna be a long road for Furia to dig themselves out of this one. Zai is not scaling as effectively as we thought he would. Teleport gonna come in. This is Tuts. VKS can't play.
Furia. Yeah, they disengage. Smart call. There's just the blue trinket going onto the pit, and they're like, okay, we're out. If they have a blue trinket coming out right now, it's because they have used that TP. But talk me through this fight here, X-Men.
I certainly will. Little ultimate there from Destroy. He gets locked up with the arrow. And Maokai ult's going to come out trying to trade back, but it's not quite enough. I believe it's Guigo that eats the ultimate eventually. Tuts once again just holding on to that one, sees an opportunity to drop it onto someone. Guigo's pretty healthy when he eats it. Looks like I would call it like 900 damage, but I don't think he would have been able to kill Smiley quite there. But yeah, not as many balls this time, so it doesn't deal as much damage.
It's true, you're right. Especially when you are beaten in retreat, Furia couldn't really accumulate those spheres for Toots. But now, finally, as we have threatened to go for Baron on both sides, VKS has dominated the pit, has dominated the vision. There's nothing for Furia. And if they try to go in, they're going to get obliterated immediately. Destroy was seen most of Furia in the mid lane. Where is VKS going to initiate that fight? Gigo is really deep in the back line, maybe trying to go for an angle, trying to reach for a flank. The Simis is pushing them out of sheer presence and anger in their eyes, and Furia is not in the fight anymore. This Amiz goes with the Hextech Flash, trying to get a pickup, but not reaching anyone. Still no vision for Furia, but nobody actually initiating a fight.
Yeah, nothing yet. IU just soaking up waves, by the way. Ooh, Destroy caught out.
Destroy got absolutely found out. Oh, hello, Peekaboo, you're here. Now you're gone. And VKS is getting themselves into the numbers advantage they want for the Baron push. But still, Mir is alive. That jungler is alive. You have to enable all of the damage for VKS to clear it out. Are they going to start it? Are they going to wait for a fight, a bait maybe? No, they have a Callista ripping it.
They're totally ripping it. Look at the damage coming through as well. 28-minute Baron, and it is getting shredded. They're trying to trade something back on the opposite side of the map. Looks like that bot side turret will be the target there, but the Baron buff will be VKS's alongside the 6,000 gold lead. Furia were cooking, but it's starting to smell a little bit burnt. Nice arrow. Look at that. Teleport here
Well, with
too.
a TP, actually, that's interesting, but it's not enough on the stun side of things for Gigo to go in. So Toots escapes. It's a good attempt, and as we said, the arrow is just on such short cooldown, X-Men, that you just throw it every single time. It's fine.
Oh yeah.
It's gonna be back fast enough for the fight. And speaking of fast enough, they have 45 seconds on both sides. Furia to deny that soul point, and for VKS to confirm it.
Starting to see why Callista is so high prio. Still like the Senna. I think it's a good pairing, but maybe with a Callista ban might be a better angle here. I believe there was a number of mid laners banned the first rotation of bans. I'm not 100% though, but
I think so too.
yeah. But yeah, it might be a better Callista ban there. Arrow going to connect with IU.
Oh, and
We go on the
Gigo
flank.
in the back line. That's what we like to see. That's the first one taken down is going to be Zai. That's a knock-up from Na onto the wall, but VKS pops them down with that Pop Blossom, and Tukwi takes all of that chances of coming back. Quadra kill confirmed for Gigo as VKS takes tier 2. They could even take tier 3 inhibitor. They have Baron. It's only the Udyr alive and standing. Was this a good pick, X-Men?
Probably not. Maybe not at this point. Definitely doesn't look good now. And VKS will end out another game here. Smiley just hard carrying this one. Holy cow, Soph. I don't think we've seen a game like that yet from Smiley. Pro Delta supporting him as well. Really, really effective down in the bot lane. But yeah, not the result you want if you're a Furia fan. I maintain this is a pretty good draft from Furia. I would take them plenty of times over other teams with this draft, but didn't work out. Smiley started this game off 3-1 on Callista, and that is just not a way you can play if you're an Udyr Senna lane.
And it has to be said, X-Men, it was 3-1 on what? 5 minutes?
Yeah,
it's just nuts.
Real early.
It was straight onto that rotation that we kind of missed the first seconds of because of the technical pause. Both teams had switched sides. They were VKS. They were on the tri-bush bottom, and then they got a flank. That was very messy, but it works for VKS. To be fair, it really just depicts exactly what is the type of playstyle they want to go for. And I think this was one of the games definitely on the fastest side this week.
Yeah, I felt like it was pretty fast. You would have liked to see it be maybe a little bit longer there if you wanted Furia to make the comeback. That Senna was coming along. It was being pretty slow.
I have no clue who would have wanted that.
Yeah,
No
really.
clue. Nobody close to me. I don't think I know anyone.
No, I can't think of anybody either. No one who's at dead last in the prediction points after this particular game. And oh man, hey, I could still make it up tomorrow. It's only a
You
5-point difference between me and 4y4. I'm gonna make it up.
Yes, you can. And you may. Our next matchup will be Kaboom versus INTZ to wrap up, and especially for you to wrap up, Axman, after being a glorious king all throughout the day. But we are not done yet, so stay tuned. Myself and Axman are going to be right back with our final match of the day.
Now listen to some samba.
Oh, yeah. And welcome back, everyone. I am Soph Chan alongside X-Men. We are casting the final match of CBLOL English today on this Saturday, but of course, there's more tomorrow. X-Men, we have Kaboom versus INTZ, and I hear that there might be something in the cosmos aligning the stars right now. Tell me.
Well, the issue here is INTZ have only won one game so far in the split, and Kaboom have won almost all of theirs. So when we all went to do predictions, we all accidentally predicted Kaboom, and now Kaboom are cursed. Sorry.
They are CBLOL English cursed. It is confirmed.
Sorry about that, Kaboom.
We're giving INTZ a well earned, not deserved or earned, but a well desired win, I would say. There is a reason, unfortunately, for them why they are bottom of the table on 1 and 5. What is the only team they won against? INTZ. Oh, they won against Red, actually.
They beat Red, yeah. That whole first week was so cursed. It was not
the blue side.
It wasn't good whatsoever. But we're still celebrating Carnival out here. I'm listening to Samba by Gloria Estefan while I'm doing this, and I can't stop dancing. So sorry, everybody. That's just how it goes.
But as well. Hold on.
Yeah, get it going. Get it going.
We're going. Get the colors. I know. No. It doesn't look weird. It does not.
It looks awesome.
You have to welcome the Brazilian spirit into your soul. Oh yeah. Get it going. Oh yeah. Let's go, X-Men. Woo!
Oh man. So INTZ are gonna win. The flashing lights are awesome. That's awesome. Yeah, INTZ are definitely gonna win. It's their first win.
Fine, you're fine.
Since that first week. And it's gonna be great. Somebody in the chat said they put 1K on INTZ. You won, dude. Congrats.
Congrats. We're already giving you the prize.
Yeah.
we're not. It's fine. Let's have a look at those rosters while we are dancing, shall we? Let's have a look at Kaboom first, because it's the team that we are expect. I need to turn the music down now, because I'm gonna not hear
Yeah,
my
it's
own
really
thoughts.
loud.
It's no, loud was like 2 games ago.
That's
Sorry.
true. That's true.
So Kaboom, Lurley, top, Marang, jungle, house, mid, Natuno, bot, and Cells support. And speaking of loud, Cells was former loud last year when they got to Worlds.
Who's the best dancer you think on Kaboom? I bet you Lonely
On
can
Kaboom.
bust a move.
Let me see.
Lonely looks like he can bust a move. I think he
Oh
can.
man, I have to give it to House. He just looks very.
Yeah?
He looks like he's from Rio. He looks like he's carioca, and he looks like he can dance. You know
I
what mean?
gotcha. Okay.
I think it's the smile. You know, the little shaved bit on the brow. There's something that gives me a vibe. You know,
I got
the
it.
vibe
I gotcha.
is dancey.
I like it. And
let's
for
analyze the
INTZ.
dance moves for INTZ next, shall we?
Yeah, absolutely. Bring up INTZ here. It's Tay, Yampy, Ithuza, Ninja Kiwi, and Damage here so far. Best dancer here, I think it's Damage. I think I don't know. You would know better than I would. I'm getting big Sao Paulo vibes from Damage. I think he's got the moves out there.
I think you're right. I think he's got the moves. I think my criteria is with how, I don't know, how Brazilian you look. And that applies to imports as well, you know? It's something about a vibe, about an aura that players give. So I'm going to go with you for Damage as well. And if we have a look, for example, onto how both rosters have been playing until this point. Let's have a look at Kaboom. Where is your statistics? Oh, yes, I found it. Haha, cool. No, that's not what I wanted. Big Man history. I found it. Okay. Yay! So let's have a look. For the recent matches, they've played against Spain, Liberty, Red, Fluxu.
Yeah.
And they won against all of them aside from Pain. So being there in a top 6 for the playoffs. Are you still listening to the song?
No.
Oh.
Why?
So,
What makes you say that?
nothing in particular. No, I don't think. But let's bend, pick. Oh, this is
Very
actually
fun.
very confusing. Why is the overlay different on this side for Kaboom? All of the other teams have it so much better. Weird.
Yeah. Yeah, it is
Yes.
a little strange. Oh boy. Oh,
yes.
no.
Well, what is? Oh.
Oh, well, hey. Yep.
That
that's
is not just.
It's not
your son,
wrong.
It's also me. It's also me. This is incredible cutting edge commentaries.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, my
That's
dad
what
got
we
me dead to
bring.
rights there. So
That's what we bring to the table. It's
yeah,
good.
the distraction and the dancing. That's what we got for you here, folks. Yeah, what else could we say about these two teams? I think
just found here.
So's got it.
For Ituza, no, actually, Kaboom. Is Ituza INTZ or Kaboom? Am I getting confused?
INTZ.
INTZ, so not Ituza. For Kaboom, their mid laner had House had 3 games out of 4 these past 2 weeks on Corki. One of them on Oriana. In these games as well, Azir was banned. It was just one of them where Azir was picked. So we might see something similar coming through because the bans were theirs. And for INTZ, the pattern I see is the Rel on the jungle for Yampy. So we might see something similar. For the bot lane, they have actually been very versatile. Although, because we know that bottom of the table, it makes sense. They're trying to give other things a go and see what sticks.
Yeah, trying to try other stuff. I know for Yampy in week 1, he tried Brand Jungle. I think that's our only Brand Jungle pick so far this split as well. It was okay. It worked out okay for him. I think this week on the podcast, something that we talked about on Gringos Liberados, RMC had brought up Ithuza potentially getting replaced with Namaru. over the course of this week. That hasn't happened, so it is still Ithuza there in the mid
Hmm.
lane. But we talked about maybe making some roster changes for INTZ. A really bad record for week 3, right? I mean, 1-5 is pretty tough. But
Yeah.
also, when you view it through the lens of like, hey, we need 10 wins if we want to make playoffs, and there's only 12 games left, and we only have one win, the rest of the split is very, very difficult for us to get to that playoffs position. So, do we make the changes now, even if Ithuza hasn't been playing that bad, just to see if we can't Hail Mary our way into the playoffs?
You're right. And for Aithusa, because of trying to get something to work out for the team, they've been flexing over Corky, Talia, Silas, Oriana, Tristana. I think it's the most variety of champions that we've seen on any teams. It has been for NTZ. For bot lane, we've had Ezra Rel, Lucia Milio, Caitlyn Ash, Aphelios Lulu, Zaya Rakan, Callista Rel. Like, there's quite a lot that they're trying to get going and unfortunately not connecting. I will say though, the out of 5 of those losses, 3 of them were against an Azir. So Aethus is having a hard time playing against Azirs.
Yeah, he's having a hard time dealing with the Azir. So I think everybody is though. I mean,
You're right.
Azir's really high win percentage, right? It's like 67 percent or something like that. It's just really strong in the meta right now. So I think that might be something that they're dealing with there. We have seen a couple of games today so far. So here we are into the draft, where Nocturne's been left up. So that might take up a ban slot here. Is that Azir? Azir is not banned in this rotation so far. But INTZ have locked Ezreal for Ninja Kiwi. A very good pick for him. Was very effective last week, even in their loss.
Yeah, you're totally, and it's a safe ADC because you have Trinity in a good space at the moment. You can still get damage from it. You can still position yourself to guarantee something, even if across the map. I'm gonna dance as well, even though I'm
There
not
you
listening
go.
to it. Oh, but INTZ now are hovering that Azir that we mentioned was being so effective against Aithuza. Now, on the hands of Aithuza, could this be the saving grace for Kaboom? They have locked in that Varus, that Rumble, and Maokai. The Rumble most likely going top, and the Maokai and jungle also.
Yeah, I'm thinking jungle here, and with Ithusa getting that Azir, that gets him a lot of stocks. How's last split was like a monster on Azir. We haven't really gotten to see him back in that form so far. Still looking for the big house plays that we used to see with him and Brunsey. But bands coming out now. The Corky ban, no Corky for House. Poor House.
Yeah, and that percentage was so high for House on the court. So it's only fair to do that. I don't think they've played LeBlanc, but we've seen Tino's basically set the meta that it's incredibly powerful. Of course, we know that it's incredibly powerful, but Tino is just performing last week on Perfect 48 that we were in. How much was it? 4-0 and 10 or something? It was like huge.
Oh, no, it was like 9-0. He was massive. The LeBlanc game, you're talking about the LeBlanc, right? No, he was like 9-0. He was huge, just out of this
9.
world.
Wow, that's
Yeah,
quite something.
yeah. No, it was totally out of this world. The LeBlanc was wild. Gets banned away this game. Kasanti banned out there too. The Olaf hovered for Tay
Okay.
would be so cool. Yes, Tay. This is what we want to see.
That's very fun. But I'm thinking the Rumble still has such a good edge against the Olaf in the early, like in the late game even. We'll see how that can connect for INTZ in this composition because they're clearly looking for a team that can scale with the Azir, with the Ezreal, and they're going to have so much access to backline because of that Sejuani, the Emperor's Divide on Azir and the Olaf. Now, because that is the case, there is a disruption chosen by Kaboom in Talia, and actually having what a Trundle. So I think that would Trundle jungle. Yeah. Maokai bot. Rumble top. Right?
Yeah, sounds good to me. AP Maokai down there in the support position. Could be the lock. I don't think it's going to be Talia jungle. That doesn't make sense. So probably
Yeah,
just Talia
nowadays it
mid.
doesn't really.
Yeah, probably just Talia mid. And then Rel support, I guess. Yeah, that'll work. Yeah, good. I think what we've been saying about Tay has some of the worst stats in the league right now. XPD of 15 and kill participation are all 10th for him amongst top laners. His picks have been super weird. He picks meta when he can, but when he can't pick meta, he picked like Scion and had like a negative 2000 XPD 15. It was
Oh.
just awful. This is the first time we get to see him actually like pocket pick something that could be good, and maybe could utilize this one. Obviously, the Olaf eats up some bans into players like Robo, but not into Tay. This is something he's going to have to prove to us, I think.
Yeah, I think INTZ, unfortunately, being in the fourth week, they have so much to make out for, so much to prove. And at least they decided to go for something now, especially in the bot lane, that they have already done. If I'm not mistaken, they did Azrael Rel twice, the split.
Yeah, I think
No,
so.
yeah, it was Callista Rel and Azrael Rel, so close to it.
Yeah.
Um, Different playstyles for the ADCs, of course. The Callista much more active in the early game, but the Ezreal is safe. You could be betting your odds and dodging those arrows from Varus. I don't know. It's just the numbers are really not giving me much to work on for INTZ. They do have a composition that can work well in the mid to late game, but I think Kaboom just can cut them short.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, the stats all say Kaboom wins this game. Ninja Kiwi has been kind of a PowerPoint for INTZ. I think if they're going to win any games, it's going to be through Ninja Kiwi. We haven't really seen him get like the resources he needs to be effective for INTZ. So we'd love to see Yampy, Ithusa roaming down the bot side there, creating those 3v3 situations that are going to help Ninja Kiwi actually carry. And yeah, we'll get into the game here. It's a 3-man stack. Tay caught out. Oh no!
Wow, scratch that 4-man stack onto Ty. And that's one thing we mentioned. Kaboom can cut them from the root in the first few seconds of game. And you said it, Ty, with the worst stats at the moment, had to be the weakest link for them to go for. That's what they do. Effective, clean, and easy.
Yeah, Feliz Carnival to Tay indeed. Tough for him. 400 gold immediately back over to Lonely. Gonna come back in. Look at that. It's got the amplifying tome already. And that's really tough. This isn't a great lane for the Olaf. You can see, oh man, he's coming into lane with Ghost and Exhaust, which is just kind of strange. I think you're exhausting Trundle, I guess, but
I guess. Yeah, I guess.
I
We'll see.
guess, but
Things really not looking great here for INTZ. Already on the one death for Ty, and because that kill got so much gold distributed, 4 players getting a participation on it. Now Kaboom sells trying to get some presence against damage, but it's damage that's gonna go on him instead. Ninja Kiwi doesn't get that Q, but still they can do much more at this point than the Maokai can. So I don't think if that was a great choice.
no, and I don't think AP Maokai is necessarily the best support. I think it's like viable, but I don't think it's the best that they could have picked here. I think the Nautilus is probably a lot better, but
Mm-hmm.
do end up with this. It wasn't super flexible either. I think this Maokai pick was super late in the draft too, so not really something they sold too well on. Just tried to get their power picks out and got this Maokai going through. I think it was
I
third
think
pick.
no, yeah, I think it was second or third pick. It was on the first round. I'm sure.
Yeah, so got
But
that Maokai pick up.
yeah, going on what you mentioned there for this top lane, I actually would have expected for Lonely to be dominating the wave more. What was that whiff? That was funny.
Couldn't tell you.
Did they not want to hit the minion? Okay. And whenever there is a power point for Kaboom to strike on, whether it's that 5 minute onto the Void Grubs, the Drake, getting a rotation on the bottom side, or even going on to Ty again, I think Kaboom can exert that pressure very, very easily. INTZ trying to hold the seams on what this team can do in the split.
Certainly here at this point. Weird seeing the CS numbers kind of trend the way of Tay here at the start. Really thought that the Rumble would be able to take things over.
Me
Maybe
too.
Tay knows something that I don't hear. But yeah, Tay also picked up a second pot there on the backside too, so he's got quite a bit more sustain than this Olaf has. So maybe it's more of like a long-term goal for the Rumble. That's just fine with me. Hal's going to keep pushing things in as some of the players start taking their first resets, starting to spend gold. We'll keep track of builds we push through here for you. Ithus is halfway to the Nashers with that longbow. The big spike for that Azir.
Yeah, it's interesting that they decided to go for that early of a recall. They get that bar as you mentioned, but on the other side, houses with 10 CS ahead. I think lost a couple of those minions when it got shoved in. Now we are finally starting to see Lonely as we would expect from a Rumble against an Olaf, controlling the wave and wanting to push if they can push, going ahead for it because we're now getting to the 5 minute mark for the Void Grubs. They can shove in, help out. Malrang could be the best goal. On the bot side, now Kaboom is pushing themselves just to show them that there is no space for ANTZ to feel comfortable because realistically, there's not much of a reason for them to be pushing at that point. In the bottom side, I don't think you need to be coming back for a recall when you are effectively behind on CS.
Yeah, really behind actually, and looking for Ithus to make a move here. Yampi going to push up into the Dragon Pit, but Seos is here. I don't think he can do anything. Netsuno's resetting. It's good seeing Netsuno in a good team finally. I feel like he's had such bad luck with these teams. Ithus may be in trouble.
Yeah, just gets the dash away and not going to be a flash at this point. Now the Drake gets reset, which is a huge for Kaboom because it would have been a good opening place for INTZ. Is the potato canceling? Oh, it is. Very, very close. And it does.
That's a good potato. Dragon's going to reset here. Malrang maybe takes this one down solo for his team. Resets come through for INTZ, and they won't be back on the map in time to stop him. And it's troll time, Sov.
I would have said that I wasn't quite happy with the rotation on reset that Kaboom's bottom lane had because I don't think it matched up much with the timer. But because Malrang was assertive in going to the mid lane and trying to get something out of Aethusa, they could convert, and INTZ just got scared of how they could defend the Drake. They disengaged, they gave it away, and now Kaboom confirms the first one of the game.
Yeah, they'll get it down. We'll see if any grubs go. What? When did the grubs go down? Did I miss that? Ooh, Tay is
Yeah.
taking Lonely. Holy cow.
Oh, I think it was when Malrang was around here. That was the first like
Gotcha.
big like rotation. It was Malrang going top, getting that pressure onto Ty. No, Lonely pushed out the wave, shoved it in. They got the Void Grubs, rotated to the mid lane,
Oh,
and then
wow.
straight into Drake. So that's why I don't think it was necessarily a good rotation from bottom side because if INTZ hadn't gotten scared, they could have taken the Drake because Cells was still resetting, Natuna was still getting to the pit. It was just because they got scared of Malrang.
That all sounds right to me. 3 grubs for Kaboom and the Dragon. Lots of control there coming out of the Trundle. And Lonely did use Equalizer topside earlier. Tay's going to pick up the Swifties. It's an interesting battle up topside. Something we hadn't really expected is Tay kind of holding his own and fighting it out there up top of the Rumble.
Now a reset coming through for INTZ's bot lane as they have gained a good advantage there on CS, shoved in, can come back, and they have a lot of vision going up into the river. And speaking of, that's what Damage is doing, maybe trying a flank onto House, but they know better, they're not going to expose themselves. There's not much of a place. And top lane as well, Ty knows that they have to be a little more secure, but should one step forward be done, the recall on Malrang would be cancelled. Instead, it's just confirmed and they get back to base.
Very, very true here. Love to see Seos move in. But Damage has the
Ooh.
vision control.
Okay,
Ooh.
the Emperor's Divide gets dodged by a flash, but that knockup from damage doesn't get dodged, and now
Oh,
we have so
House! Oh,
much
Ninja
going onto
Kiwi!
House, and that's a snipe from Ninja Kiri downtown. The Azro guarantees that one, and another to round it out. But now the fight is got the teams both on 2 and 2 kills on the board.
Very rare you get the best of both worlds as the AD carry, soaking up all the solo experience and all of the gold down the bot lane, and you get the kill mid lane. Both. You get both of them. That's wild.
A huge, so huge.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, love to have a look at it again. Tell
Love
me
this
all,
replay.
X-Men.
Yeah, so the Emperor's Divide doesn't really catch House out here, but burns the flash. Damage catches out the Talia, and look at the damage coming out of everybody now. Ninja Kiwi finishes it off with the True Shot Barrage. Seos not able to make it out either. That kill goes down to damage. It's Yampy that's going to pay for it this time. Damage picking up the kill. Whoa, House, no!
Oh, wow. Getting obliterated. I didn't think that was going to hit, but now the equalizer with the Nature's Grasp countering it out was enough for Kaboom to get a
Wow.
revenge kill onto them. And that was a 2-for-1 for Kaboom.
Yeah, 2-for-1 for Kaboom. Yampy's gonna ninja the grubs away from Kaboom as they're doing that, which is a pretty neat trick. 3-for-3 grubs on both sides there. God, the sideways mouths. Just the little feet, too.
Yeah. Oh, no. I totally forgot about the feet.
You're getting the little feet.
Why would
Yeah.
you do it?
Yeah,
Why
you're getting
would
the
you do
feet.
it?
Now, here's the replay. House gets caught up. I don't think it's Emperor's Divide that catches him. I think damage is going to catch him for Fog of War here. And that's enough damage coming out of Ithuza. I believe he has the Gnasher's Tooth now, but Nature's Grasp and the Equalizer will spell his doom, and they catch damage eventually too. Lonely! Oh my goodness!
Wow.
Wow!
Wow. That's a 1v1. Ready to prove us wrong, Axeman. Ty under the tower guarantees a kill solo onto Kaboom's Lonely.
God, I love Olaf. So much fun.
Yeah, it's stupid. It's stupid. Oh my. That's double of an engage going on, and that's no knock-up coming from House. Tried to get an angle like Thuza, but couldn't quite reach it. On this bottom side, Maurang was also looking to get something done, but instead INTZ fairly defended this vision on the tri-bush, even there on the river just in front of the pit. But they're definitely wanting to go for that Drake, spawning in just 2 seconds. Now INTZ could be rotating for mid lane, and speaking of, House gets a TP and could be joining the party pretty soon.
Could be joining that party. Let's see if he gets up here. Yampy's taking the reset. Guess they don't want this dragon. Trolls all over it. In that case, they're standing on vision too.
Yeah, it's the safe bet, right? But it's just sad that you see the enemy and you just have to concede. It's a very tough spot mentally for NTZ to be in.
It really is. This is getting back on the map here. It's got the Dark Seal and some boots. That'll be fun.
And that's bold to get the Dark Seal, I will say. But considering they are 1-1 and 2, that's not that bad. Oh, a double knock up there coming from House and stacking damage onto the Sejuani. Close enough to poke. Whenever this Thalia finishes out those items. Oh, Axeman, she's gonna be really deleting INTZ on team fights.
I would say so, yeah. The damage is coming. It's just not quite here yet. Seo's caught out. I think he's fine.
He should
Maybe
be
not
fine. There's a force and Ithuza over the wall to try and get something done. A true shot barrage to cancel the recall on the Tuno. That's just as much as INTZ can do. But it's one thing that gets me puzzled, Axeman. They can save the Drake and then they try to go for a fight like this. It just feels a little paradoxical.
Yeah, I guess they needed that reset. Maybe Ninja Kiwi needed Essence Reaver. Could have been something like that. A nice little Sheen item for himself. Sheen is buffed on this patch, so if it's only 900 gold, I believe is the patch we're playing on. I'm not.
Pretty,
Hmm,
pretty great.
maybe I should check that one out. But Sheen, very, very strong for Ezreal. He's not building Triforce anymore. He's building this. He's building the Essence Reaver.
Ah, there you go. Yeah, for sure. All right, so Ansys Riva, is it going to help you escape this one? I don't think it does much for you, buddy. Ninja Kiwi now got in the grasp of the nature as the
Wow.
final blow comes through. And a flash for flash in the top side. There's Yumpy going after Lonely, but now the attention switches onto Marang. Look at that equalizer hitting 4 players of INTZ as they try to chase around for Marang, but the equalizer was enough to disengage and save that jungler. Woo!
Good work from him. And yeah, Equalizer really disengages the situation there. You can't walk through those jungle corridors when they're on fire. Napalm makes it pretty difficult. Netino going to take down the spot side turret for himself. No one to protect that structure from the Varus. This is post 14, so not too many plates or anything like that. And he's waiting for that turret to take the wave down so he can deny some gold to INTZ. ITZ, in the meantime, they're going to work on this Rift Herald. Should help them break open the mid lane turret. They will use it to do just that. Oh no, they're pinging for the top lane here. Maybe they dive Lonely.
We're looking at House that is very much aware of what's going on. So it's going to be just a quick reset for Yumpy. Malrang meets damage here in the jungle, but there's very much a lot of damage that Ninja Kiwi is starting to deal finally. And Malrang has to retreat. Now House sells together, just clearing out the vision as damage is still scouting. But there's no objective. What is the actual reason of being here so far? It was both mid laners who swapped down to the bot lane and bot lane who swapped back to the mid. Aside from that, I don't think there's anything to fight for here.
Yeah, no, I don't think so either. Too much swapping for me, in my opinion.
Yeah.
It's a little bit too much swapping. See damage move up into the mid lane to support his carriers. Yampy. He's got the ult. But they're just kind of playing vision right now, I think. And just like you were saying, playing things slow, waiting until that next objective spawns. No real big cooldowns to note so far. Everybody's ult is up. Everybody has the summoner spells. That fight is coming. I think Ninja Kiwi is in a position where he could potentially carry. He's fairly strong right now with the Essence Reaver. Looking to build up. It's okay. So he's building Manamune. I would love the Hubris here. I think Hubris on Ezreal is so much fun. You could build a little statue of Ezreal in the base, and then it changes colors when you get more kills, which is fun.
That sounds the funniest to me.
Yeah, it's awesome.
And it's not just the Ezreal, right? When you have finally now Aethusa on that Nashor's Tooth, it really helps whenever they get a closed enclosure. But 25 seconds for that Drake to spawn. INTZ has quite a lot of vision around the map, but not here in the river close to the Drake, where Kaboom has the presence themselves. There's the Herald, usually as a diversion or something of the sorts used by INTZ in the mid, and Yumpy rides it out. There is no drifts coming today, but there is team fight. They almost get Yumpy when they get out of the out of the limousine, but they still survive now on half HP. Could cost them a big team fight for this Drake. Malrang is trying to get an angle, really just reach the pit at all, but INTZ converted that pressure really, really well.
We'll see if it's troll time or not. Malrang's going to have to get his way into the pit if he wants that dragon. Seems like the rest of Kaboom is just content to take this turret down. You see the Weaver's Wall come out.
It's very plausible too, considering that it would be the first Drake for NTZ, and so is just take down that tier 1, open up space for your team to be conquering that enemy jungle, and that's what you can do. We're looking at that shadow from cells for House here on the top side as they attempt to take tier 1, and here Tai is gonna get caught red-handed trying to push in this wave. Lonely with a TP now coming from House as well is going to be Unnecessary. The 2v1 was enough, but it's a shutdown that was accumulated on Tai just on CS alone. Interesting.
Yeah, so if you can't stand on the equalizer, unfortunately, so that's it's
The
not
floor is
gonna.
lava.
The floor is literally lava, and Tay stood in it, so that's it's not gonna work out for him. But damage maybe catches Seos here. I think he's probably fine. Athusa takes down the top lane turret. I want them to push, to continue to push here to control the top side of the map, so they can turn these dragons into barons. But how's this going to split push on the other side? Ithusa? Oh, he's all right. Yeah, he's fine.
Yeah, over the wall. It's always a safe space for Aithusa. Still have flash as well if necessary. There's a nice knock up, but you haven't defeated the turret. Oh, never mind. The last minion hits were enough. Now looking at the blue buff area, Kaboom trying to escape in their own jungle with INTZ building quite a lot of pressure. Now they have taken down the tier 1 top side. Tier 1 mid lane though is just waiting for INTZ to destroy it, but Kaboom is not interested in allowing that to happen, especially when Aithusa can take down objectives and towers so fast.
Certainly. And it's, yeah, it looks like Mana Moon finally completed by Ninja Kiwi. Oh, we got this fun new movement item from Damage. It's kind of like Dead Man's Plate. I can't remember what it's called. Trailblazer, I think. But you,
I think so, yeah.
yeah, it's the same deal where you move faster as you move around, but you leave a little trail behind you, and it helps others follow in behind you. I think it's really neat.
For sure. You're wanting to be that front line, and I think Damage is doing well at that, although not really confirming the kills just as many times as INTZ would have wanted. Now on the board, it's shy of 2,000 gold ahead for Kaboom as they are going forward into the enemy jungle. Yampi is going to have to concede that red. I don't think you can take this one, but they decide to go for a zone out onto Damage, maybe even directing something for Aithusa, and Yampi guarantees that red buff for themselves. And now Kaboom switched out here for the bot side, considering Lonely doesn't have a TP. That's quite of a giveaway.
Really is. Tay's gonna find Malrang. Oh, they're not gonna fight. All right.
Oh, but there is the Glacier Prison going to Natuno, transforming into a cleanse straight away. Cells was burned down instead of burning them down. The Equalizer is still enabled, so is the Stone Wall on Talia. So if there is a fight going on, they can approach it fairly fast. Now, looking at Tai, they are positioning to the bottom side and no TP either, while Kaboom is chasing after Aithusa. There's the knock-up. The Emperor's Divide does nothing at all, and they just press S and just accept their death.
Yeah, those sand soldiers were a little confused, and Aithusa called them into being just to kind of stand there for a little bit, I guess. Not really sure what was going on there, but Aithusa will go down after all is said and done. Not the Azir game that INTZ fans are looking for, and INTZ will continue being down 2k gold. Tay makes a little bit up. On the opposite side, Dragon up in under a minute now, so... And now I want to hear what you think. Do INTZ have an angle on this dragon, or is it just over?
I don't think it's over. I think there is enough of a solid damage on the side of INTZ, especially for Aithusa, to keep burning them down if there is any sort of space. But Kaboom is not allowing that to happen, and Aithusa has been caught in very, very difficult spots these last fights. Malrang getting to the front line with Cells and Axeman. This is going to be either the fight that makes it or breaks it for INTZ, while Kaboom has full control over the river.
This is going to be the fight. Malrang looking for an angle. He wants a good pillar. Lonely looking for that perfect equalizer, and half the champions are leaving little trails of dust behind them, just making it very hard to see.
They are indeed. And there's a front line there from Yampi, just getting ahead on taking damage. Oh, Oh, wow, look at that Aaliyah wall. And Equalizer goes straight for Ty themselves, trying to defend Natuno. And now the fight still continues. There's the Electro Storm from the Rel, and it gets a knock up huge onto Kaboom. They get a fight on 2-for-1 and a Drake for INTZ.
INTZ finally a little bit of light at the end of this tunnel. Little kill there for Ninja Kiwi. Athusa picks one up there too, and they're pushing down the mid lane for this turret. They're going to get it easily. They have the bonus damage from the grubs, and they take that reset triumphantly. So if we're going to get a replay for you, channeled up here in just a second, I think my biggest issue with this team fight anyway, and we might get the replay, we might not, was the equalizer just kind of threw it in a jungle channel off of the river, and no one was there. They're eventually able to track down Tay with the flamethrower, but there's just no damage getting dropped onto the rest of INTZ. Ithusa and Ninja Kiwi are going to be able to lay down that damage and get the team fight victory.
And INTZ, I believe what they did best in that fight, X-Men, was Ty going out for that flank. I think the equalizer was used just to get the Rumble and Varus alive, or else Ty was going to run them down. It's a point where the Olaf can do it. And because you didn't have much of a protection at that point, the frontliners were close to the Drake. Kaboom collapsed at the seams, but this Baron though looks to be collapsing. There's TP coming in the backline for INTZ. There's Ty as well. They could try to get something going. There he goes. There's very close a prison onto all of them, and an equalizer on 4 members. It gets guaranteed and secured by Kaboom as they try to escape now. Now they are scattering to survive and guarantee that buff is going to remain. But Lonely gets caught out. It's at least just one that's going to be taken down on this particular fight. But on the Baron fight, 2 of them collapsed too.
Another fantastic fight from INTZ. They made up the gold lead, and I believe they get the Baron power play here too. Did they? No, they don't.
No, INTZ
Kaboom got it.
So Malrang secured it, and unfortunately for them, nobody really survived. It was just, finally.
I getcha.
Let's have a look at it again.
Yeah, Kaboom actually going to get taken down here. I didn't see who got that final smite. So you see it's busy telling us about the kills. Yeah, so it is Malrang that gets it. And now they're at a negative gold Baron power play so far, which is pretty unfortunate for them. To see that it's just barely negative. They shouldn't have any trouble making it up here, but not exactly the power play you want to be making. And yeah, INTZ, they don't get the Baron. I would call this a team fight win, though.
Oh, me too. Absolutely agree with you. And INTZ didn't have many resources, but they're still utilizing what they can. And that's one thing that has been so consistent for INTZ. They're trying to make it work, even if it doesn't, even if it does just a couple of times. Sometimes the moment where it does work is enough. Now damage gets caught out. Fog of War straight onto the rocks.
Oh, beautiful!
Perfect 4-man equalizer coming from Lonely, and that's damage taken down. Nature's Grasp just to top it all out, while Ty was in the bot lane going for a split push. Now Kaboom has Baron on Malrang, and they're gonna split mid and top lane.
It's perfect from Kaboom here. So if they take down this top lane turret, they still have the Baron empowered minions on Malrang. They're going to push for the inhib turret as well. They got a reset if you're on INTZ. This inhib turret will fall. The inhib may stand up, though. Ithusa's here. He wants the Emperor's Shuffle. Nope. Divide. There you go. And we'll see if he can get it.
Shurima Shuffle, Emperor's Divide. There's a Chains of Corruption just to delay this chase. Yumpy still trying to look for House, while Kaboom, with a couple of those empowered Barons, they can escape. Now House has to run it back because they have been spotted. INTZ finds a little bit of a breach to position themselves towards this Drake, but Axemen, they're eating at the seams. They're eating crumbs, and sometimes they're finding it. Kaboom, though, is finding most of the meals.
I would say so. Yeah, they're eating good out here. Malrang gonna find Yampy. I don't think he's got what he needs there. did have ultimate available, so you could steal all those stats from Yampy, but probably saving that one for a big fight. Tay also a good target for that ultimate as well. Teleport going to come out. How's going to join the fight? Weaver's wall is available.
Coming close to the Drake. There it is, spawned on the screen. And then Arcane Shift to get Ninja Kiwi out of dodge. Tai in the back line. There's the knock up, but not enough damage onto Tai. Now Malrank is in the front line trying to guarantee their smite. There it is, and they get it. It's going to be a soul point for Kaboom. While the Equalizer lands on most of INTZ, they're trying to fight back and almost getting it. It's just one person
Ooh,
on
Tay.
the Emperor's Divide, and now Tai is getting burned to the ground. Nobody falls for Kaboom, and INTZ only has Ninja Kiwi standing.
Ninja Kiwi not very healthy, less than half HP, but he's a lot of damage.
They tried to stay, but they couldn't do it, and the buffer on the Arcane Shift wasn't enough. They get taken down. X-Men, this is inhibitor, and it's most likely game.
Can't believe it. INTZ, they do so much good in this game, but at the end, just not enough. Damage is going to try to save it here, but there's nothing he can really do. Another disappointing ending for INTZ.
It's unfortunate. I agree with you. It's disappointing because we see there's potential. We see there's a ceiling to be broken, but they're not getting there yet. Things are not connecting as a team, as a coordinated power. And Kaboom, although at the top of the standings around top 6, they still made it last quite a while.
No, they really did. They really did. And it was a solid game. And we kind of talked about this on the show this week that INTZ still have a lot of potential in their roster. And I think we saw a little bit of that. This is one of Tay's best games. The XPD 15 thing is going to be super solid for him on this run. Much better than the Scion. Ninja Kiwi had another great game. There was a lot of really encouraging stuff from the Azir, but it just didn't come together. It didn't come together in enough time to beat Kaboom. Kaboom, they extend to 5-2. I think they're second in second place now. So, yeah, just a typical matchup for INTZ.
Yes. You're absolutely correct. Now, there's the first place Loud on 6-1, tied on second Kaboom, Pain, and Vivocate Stars 5-2. Tied for fifth place, there's Furia, Los, and Red Kalunga 3-4. Now Liberty and Flux are tied in 8-4, 2-5, and INTZ really writing their name on the 10th place, now 1-6.
Yeah, really tough game there. I got a point. I get a point off that game, and I think this is the first time we all predicted one and actually got it right. Right? We did it.
Hey,
did we break the curse? It's over now. The curse is broken. Awesome. We got to celebrate with Samba.
English has been freed.
We got to celebrate with Samba. Hold on, queuing it up.
We're safe.
There we go.
Oh yeah.
Awesome.
Remember to dance. It's the most important. You dance to the music. You let it sink in.
Feliz Carnival, everyone.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Have it going. If you're not in Brazil, if you're anywhere in the world, enjoy Carnival, enjoy music, enjoy anything that you like. But most importantly, I hope that you enjoyed the Saturday in our week 4 of CBLOL English, because tomorrow there is still an entire Sunday full of matches for today. Would you like to talk about it? Should I read it through? Tell me all. Do you want to dance? Is this a dance break?
No, we can talk about it. We can talk about it and dance at the same time.
Okay, we dance and we break it down and we talk about the standings. So we've mentioned standings, and we need to mention the matchups for tomorrow.
Yes.
It's Pain Gaming versus VKS, then Furia versus Kaboom, Red Canids versus Liberty, Fluxo versus INTZ, and Loss versus Loud to finish off the day. So if we can be a little funny about it, we hope that the Loud fans can help us get a lot of viewers for next day, because whenever they are around, oh boy, do we have a party.
Yeah, we have a big party, that's for sure. There's a lot of great matchups tomorrow, a lot of proving to be done, and starting to separate the bottom and the top tiers as well a little bit there tomorrow. So make sure you come out to support us then.
Absolutely. We look forward to seeing you here. So thank you so much, X-Men. Thank you for Yeso, who was here today. And of course, Rose in the production on all of the days so far. And we'll see you tomorrow for some more CBLOL English action. See you then.